Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm here. I was saying that I was sorry for the delay. I couldn't get my Zoom to give me my regular screen where I choose to start a new meeting so that I can come on camera. And then I said, I went swimming today. Lake care, don't care. So that's what I said. That's all you missed. Anyway, we're going to talk about 8, I always want to say 8 little passengers, but it's 8 passengers. And it was a YouTube channel. It's not there anymore. It was taken down by Ruby Franke, the mother of the 6 kids. The parents are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, live in Utah. And I just want to get to our live chat so I can see you. And you know what? I didn't put my, hang on, I didn't advertise my, no wonder, I don't advertise my stuff. Let me just put this on my community tab here. But, oh my goodness. We're going to talk about them. We have talked about this family in the past. And in the past, we have talked about how the mother had punished one of the older boys, or the mother and the father, I believe, took his door off his bedroom, made him sleep on a beanbag, like indefinitely, and then they sent him away someplace. They came under a lot of scrutiny. And then there was another time when the little girl forgot her lunch, and the mother just said, well, let her go without. That's it. Like, the mother didn't say, could she buy something today if she couldn't get to the school? No, it was just like, let her go without. And I think there's something really significant about the food situation. I think the mother may have an eating disorder, okay? And I think, well, when I tell you about the 10 and the 12-year-old being found emaciated, I think food was something that was used to punish the kids, and plus it's being very skinny is something that's very valued, it seems, in this family. And so perhaps food is being withheld to keep the girls at a certain weight, okay? So, but that's my opinion on that one. All of that part about the eating disorder, but it's not my opinion that she said let her go without. She'll learn. And she posted like a YouTube short about that, and there was a lot of controversy about that because it was quite cruel. So I'm just trying to put this image up here, and then I can give you my undivided attention. So now what happened, right? So here's what happened. With the extreme critics, she had over 2 million YouTube subscribers, and she was making a lot of money. And she will say that with her own mouth. She was making a lot of money. And she shut it down. And she joined Jody Hildebrandt. And their pictures in my thumbnail, okay? Well, she joined Jody Hildebrandt, and Jody has a channel, and it's like a life coaching, life counseling channel, these two. And we're going to take a look at some of their stuff here because it's quite crazy. So what happened on August 30th, around 11 o'clock, at Jodi's house, which is also in my thumbnail, that long, I don't find it nice looking. To me, it looks like a building. It looks like a school building. And I'm sorry, I don't find that area of the country attractive either. I'm sorry. Let me see if I'll put it up here. I'll put the house up here. This is like, trying to get a picture of the, so I'll just put it, but the 12-year-old escaped through a window. Now, they were at Jodi's house. So the 12-year-old escapes through a window, and she runs to a neighbor's house. And she tells the neighbor that she would like some food and water, please. And she has duct tape around her wrists, and I believe it's around her ankles as well. She has some open wounds. And the neighbors, of course, are very concerned. Long story short, the police are called, and both women are arrested. Now, why are both women arrested? Well, the initial call led to another location. And when they went to the other location, they found the 10-year-old in a similar state, emaciated, and they took both kids into custody. They ended up taking 4 children into custody. Now, we're going to talk also about her older daughter and what she has posted, as well as her, Ruby's siblings. So maybe you've heard about this family, maybe you haven't. But I'm going to pull up. Hold on. I'm trying to do, I had stuff already here to show you. And of course, okay, let me see if I can have it right here. Okay, so this is Ruby. And you know what? I've been looking at her today. I've been going through different pictures. And pictures like this, you know who she reminds me of? And it's really freaking me out. Who does she remind you of anyone in those pictures? She's 41 years old. What? She reminds me of Colleen Ballinger. Yeah, so really weird. But she's very, proud of this parenting lifestyle that they have. And, she has been seen laughing with the son that, and he's saying, like, he had to sleep on a beanbag for months. Like, she took everything away. He thought this was, like, great. Just atrocious stuff. So they've been charged with aggravated child abuse, and they are being held without bond. Again, this happened August 30th at around 11 o'clock. So she was arrested at the home of Jody Hildebrandt. That's her business partner, again, who was also arrested. They were each charged on Friday with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse, and that's according to the Washington County Attorney's Office. Each count carries a maximum sentence of 15 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. From the affidavit, Ruby's 12-year-old son, identified as RF in the affidavit, climbed out a window at Mrs. Hildebrandt's home. And I'm sorry if I said the 12-year-old daughter. It's the 12-year-old son. I'm very sorry if I said that. There was somebody that reported it wrong on one of the law channels and reported it, I believe they reported it as a daughter too, and I think that's got stuck in my head. But it's a 12-year-old son. He climbed out a window and went to the neighbor's house asking for food and water. He had duct tape on his ankles and his wrists, as well as open wounds. He appeared to be emaciated and malnourished. The neighbor then called the police, and like I said, it led to the discovery of the 10-year-old daughter, Eve, at Ms. Hildebrandt's. She appeared to be malnourished. Both children were taken to a hospital. The boy was placed on a medical hold due to deep lacerations from being tied up with rope and from his malnourishment. Wow. Ruby was seen on a YouTube video filmed in her friend Jody Hildebrandt's house that was posted 2 days ago, the affidavit said, adding that Ruby and Jody, Jody's 54, Ruby's 41, had knowledge of the abuse, malnourishment, and neglect. The two children were believed to be in the direct care of Ms. Hildebrandt. A search of Ms. Hildebrandt's home found evidence consistent with the markings found on the 12-year-old. The police contacted the Utah Division of Child and Family Services, and a total of 4 children were taken into its care. A judge on Thursday denied bail for both Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt, and that was because of the severity of the injuries on the 2 children located in the house. When she was at the heyday of her channel, like I said, she had about 2.5 million subscribers that followed her husband and herself and their 6 children, Sherry, Chad, Abby, Julie, Russell, and Eve. In 2020, Chad Franke, the son, then 15, told YouTube viewers in one family video that he had been sleeping on a beanbag for months and that he lost his bedroom after he played a prank on his little brother. We discussed this in a video somewhere. In a video that was reposted to TikTok, this is the one I'm telling you about, this lunch, the youngest, Eve's teacher, called to say Eve had come to school without a lunch. And Ruby said the teacher wasn't comfortable with Eve being hungry. And she just said, well, Eve was responsible for making her own lunch, and the natural outcome is she's going to be hungry. And you know what she said? She said, hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch, because then she's not going to learn from it. Someone from YouTube, Nicole Bell, said in an email Friday that the 2 channels linked to Ruby Franke had been terminated. Ruby now appears on social media channels on behalf of Jody Hildebrandt's counseling business, which is Connections, but it's CONNEXIONS Classroom. It claims on its website to empower people by educating them with principles of truth, learning to be honest, responsible, and humble. And we're going to look at this too. They used to appear before that on an Instagram, and it was prior called Moms of Truth. Sherry Franke, who is a junior at Brigham Young University, posted on Instagram about her mother's arrest. And I'm going to pull that over. Hang on, right here, so you can see this. Let me get her account here, and so did her sisters. And I put some of that in the thumbnail, but let me pull the account over right now. Okay, let me just make sure this is correct here. Okay, so this is Sherry's, but where is her little thing now? I'm trying to see if this is. Where is her thing now? maybe this is not the one I was on. Hang on just 1 second, because I was following one. Hold on just 1 second. Oh, hold on. I think I've got it here. Oh, okay. Yes, I did have the right one, but it was a story. And I hate that the stories just go away like that. So that's why I put it on a slide. Okay, let me get that slide. Okay. So I wanted to show you something else too. Let me pull this over. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so this was finally, it showed the police, and finally she put that. And this was another post. It says, "Hi all, today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead. Please keep them in your prayers and also respect their privacy." And then Ruby's 3 sisters are also influencers. And so they posted as well. So Ellie, Meekum, Julie Griffiths, Daru, and Bonnie Holin. I'm going to pull them up and I'm going to pull this over. This is their Instagram. For the last 3 years, we have kept quiet on the subject of our sister, Ruby Franke, for the sake of her children. Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could to try and make sure the kids were safe. We wouldn't feel right about moving forward with regular content without addressing the most recent events. Once we do, we will not be commenting on it further. Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jodi was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe, which is the #1 priority. Okay, and then, of course, they're getting comments. So this person 15 hours ago, Ellie, one of them said, "Thank you for your love and understanding," and Escape into Makeup said, "I'm sorry, but no, this is BS. You all put your whole lives on the internet. Every injury, procedure, event, decision, everything. And now you say you alert respecting the kids' privacy? No, no, no. This is the one time you should have been public, shouting from the rooftops that these kids needed help. Instead, you stayed silent. You made it look like other people were just trolls when they were absolutely right. I'm not saying you weren't trying in private, but that wasn't enough." She's probably doing a talk to text, so I'm trying to help her out here. "And you knew that. You didn't speak publicly because you wanted to protect your income, your reputation, and view numbers. That is the truth. I'm sorry, in the future, we will see those kids pop up in vlogs so you can be seen as loving aunts because is convenient to you all. You failed those children, all of you." And they're applauding and saying, "Imagine how those kids felt when their aunts, grandparents, and other family members out there who are known for being a loving and close family, but still did nothing to help them. Breaks my heart. That's all about to change. Those numbers will drop. I'm disgusted. I screenshot her profile, compared it to today. She has 6,000 more followers. All for the publicity. Disgusting." preach. A letter from the Division of Child and Family Services, where the Franks live, seen by insider at the time, said the case was closed because the claims were unsupported. Absolutely horrific. Justice will be served, and I'm praying that those babies can heal and receive the necessary medical attention now. Thank you for including us because this is deeply personal. Okay, so the statement, we wouldn't feel right moving forward. No, you don't move forward. This is serious stuff involving children. You pause your lives. You do your best to help these children. You allow this to happen one way or another. It took a little boy to jump out of a window, duct tape, starving while you're building your mansion. These kids are your family. You don't just move on. And yeah, she is building, this is the one, yeah. Right here, if you follow her, she is has these boys, finally had a little girl, and she is building a mega house. Well, I think they've moved in it by now, because I did look at this. So, yeah, I don't really know much about the sisters and whatnot. I don't know how close they were to them, etc., etc. So the sisters document their own family lives on social media. And I was also going to pull up, I believe I have a something from the police. Yeah. Okay, let me pull this up. So this was Santa Clara Ivans Public Safety Department release, August 31st, 2023, incident, blah, 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 child abuse. On August 30th, 2023, at around 10:50 hours, a report came into our dispatch center regarding a juvenile asking for help. The calling party stated the juvenile appeared to be emaciated and malnourished, with open wounds and duct tape around the extremities. The juvenile was asking for food and water. The condition of the juvenile was so severe that they were seen by Santa Clara Ivans EMS and transported to a local area hospital. Information was obtained by police that other juveniles in similar condition may be in a nearby home. Officers arrived at the home and searched the residence, and they located another juvenile in a similar condition of malnourishment. The juvenile was also transported by EMS to the hospital for treatment. A search warrant was obtained in connection with the incident. During the search of the home, evidence was located consistent with the markings found on the juvenile. The Department of Child and Family Services was contacted, and in a joint effort with the Springville Police Department, 4 minor children were taken into the care of the Department of Child and Family Services. Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke were arrested in connection with the incident. Due to the sensitive nature of this case, no additional information will be released at this time. Okay. Now let me go to something else. Let me just make sure you guys are all, I don't know where my live stream is here. I want to make sure you're here. You know what we're doing. For yourself, Farm Wife says, I can give the sister and their brother grace. Remember, the real one to blame is Ruby. Okay. Let's see what you're saying. Her house is over a year old. Bonnie's building the new house. Okay. But they're both building. You know what I mean? Recently built big houses. Okay. Why isn't the husband charged as well? I don't know. I don't think he was around. We're gonna look into that. You met another girl I thought was wacko before even talking to her. She was a bum, would be with whatever guy would let her live with him. And she was undercover Mormon. Oh wait, that was a blog, wasn't it? One girl named Nancy that I knew told me all about growing up Mormon and having to do bad things with her dad. Yikes. She was even filming when the kids got hurt. I read that she homeschooled the children, but then there's the... Yes, I know. I've heard the same things too, about the homeschooling, and then, yes, the child, about the lunch. So let me show you something else now. Let me show you this. Okay. Coming over here. This is the connections coaching. Personal coach. Learn to successfully navigate life and relationships. I love this, right? These people are giving, allegedly, you the key is to a better life, right? To better parenting, to better relationships. You see what I mean here, just how crazy this is? And maybe you guys remember, and maybe you don't, but some of you that have been around for a while, you might remember there was another life coach that used to be on YouTube. And back in like 2019, I think it was, there was this dog scam. She wanted a pug really badly, and apparently one of her viewers was going to buy her this pug. And there was this address in Texas, and the dog was going to be shipped to Newark International Airport, yada, yada, yada. And there's this whole search inside the airport. Of course, there's no dog. And it ends up being a total scam, and people are checking out the address and finding out there's no dog breeder that lives at that address in Texas. And then in one crazy thing, she has the person that was supposed to be buying the dog, and she was supposed to live in like Denmark or something, okay? But she has this girl come, I can still remember, she had the glasses, and she is like sitting against the wall, and it sounded like a totally fake accent, and she was, oh no, I bought the dog, and this, that, and then she immediately like deleted that. But when she was at the airport in the car with her young son in the back and her husband who's just driving like nothing happening, she is having a full-out hysterical freak out. And when she's freaking out, she's saying, yeah, you're jealous of my life. Are you jealous of my life now? I mean, she was going ballistic. And I kept saying to myself, wait a minute. This is supposed to be a life coach. Okay, well, this is the same kind of thing. These people are supposed to be life coaches. And they're tying kids up with rope and duct tape, not feeding them. Okay, just crazy. But let's just take a look at this, okay? Create joy. Now here's something for Jodi live, okay? Oh, did you go in here and clean up? Oh, she went in here and cleaned up, I believe. I think she went in here and did a little cleanup since the last time I was in here. Did you do a little cleanup? Well, we'll see. I think you did. Okay, so now look at this post. Just look at this. Does this sound like they value kids? I couldn't find any paper and the kid's drawing on the wall. Then there's like stains all over from the dirty shoes. My shoelaces were double knotted, too tight. I couldn't untie them. So watch what they say. This is the denial tactic justification. I give myself evidence in order to grant permission to do what I want. This evidence removes my conscience from feeling the impact of my deception, which makes everything okay. I present logical and skewed facts to myself and others, which allows me to condone unacceptable, inappropriate behavior. I want a particular outcome. Therefore, I twist and distort my thoughts, feelings, words, and behaviors. Wow. Wow. Okay, and if they say under their name there, justification is another way to say, I'm going to lie to get what I want. Justification is distortion. Choose joy, create joy, principles of truth. Mothers are powerful, moms of truth, empowering joy. How the heck are these people empowering any type of joy? Okay, can't wait for the prosecutors to use this account against you, writes someone in here. So, right? Imagine treating children like drawing on a wall or tracking in mud is something that they have brain development to avoid. Right? They see markers or whatever they see, something to draw on. What will they do? Draw. You just have to let them know not to do it. Okay. So what's the punishment for doing these things? Starving the kid? Someone save all these posts before the account gets deleted somehow. Or you could make your house and things accessible to your children. You are projecting. That photo is literally what you guys do to your families and children. Look inwards and hope you learn truth in prison. Good riddance. This is psychotic, insane parenting. They are kids. I don't think it's that simple. Self-justification can be super positive and upbuilding. They're children, literal children. Denial in jail, waiting to hear your own justification defense. This is unhinged. Anyone who liked it is equally insane. Okay, so that's just something there, right? Okay, so let's keep going. Vulnerability is not escapable. It's the reality. Jumping to conclusions. Comparison. Tactics of deception. Oh, and I want to tell you something else. I got onto one of her things where she's talking about her husband, when he was working as an intern. She said that, she had a strong work ethic. We're talking about Ruby at this time. She had a strong work ethic, and then there's nothing wrong with that. And she was babysitting, and she was teaching piano lessons, and she would have a certain amount of money in the bank, and it was like a certain amount, and she wanted to keep at least that. If she kind of measured her worth by that, and if she had to go into that, it kind of knocked her worth down, she was saying. So her husband was an intern, and he said he was bringing good money for an intern, but when he would stop and get gas, he would like a chocolate donut at this gas station, which was 50 cents. And when she saw the statements coming in, and she said, what the heck is this 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents? This is not flying anymore. And then he had to ask permission to get a chocolate donut. And it was a 50-cent purchase, okay? And she said, well, he said I could control the money, and, this is what I want to do. And then there was one day when he got a chocolate milk, or his friends that he was with made fun of him for having to call to ask permission to get the chocolate milk and the donut. Yeah, it was crazy. And they were sitting here and talking about it all these years later. So she's a real control freak. Every distorted thought is rooted in a deeper lie I tell myself about my identity, value, and work. I'm trying to figure where I saw that donut thing. Was it on here? It was on something of hers. Okay, Jodi and Ruby. But there's one where she says about parenting with no fear, trying to control your family, fighting for your child. Oh, she frustrated with therapy. There was another one she said, like if you're putting your child's boundaries with young children. Yeah, how do you do that? With rope, honey? Are you using rope for that? Let me see. Sex only within marriage. Are you a controlling parent? Hitting your child creates fear. Well, you know what? What does tying your child up with a rope do? Are your discipline creating fear or love and respect? I guess the ropes and duct tape create love and respect. When you tie them up with rope and stop feeding them, that's fear and compliance. Yeah. Okay, when you hit them, you create a dynamic of fear and compliance. What about the ropes, honey? What about the ropes? My home has changed. She's freaking there ringing a bell. See, there was one in here, and it was about, it said, where have I been or something, and she was crying about shutting down 8 passengers. I'm wondering if it was, and she was talking about how much money she was making. Look at this. Here's the money. Well, I think this was the one about the donut. There's a one because those people ruined the donut video. Milk duds. What is drama? Here's Jody. Every choice invites you to be curious about what you choose, how you choose it, and what the outcomes were. Curiosity is the key to living a life of peace and freedom. I'm divorced. Did I ruin my kids' lives? Healthy anger. How to manage your triggers, mental fitness. Yeah, they have all the answers, right? They have all the answers. There's someone having a baby. What do you do when you see a snake? You know, I'm thinking, did she remove the one about the 8 little passengers? Or was I looking on YouTube about it? Be humble, be honest. I don't remember paying this far down at all. Yeah, I don't remember it. I think they removed it. She had one that she said, why did she delete her channel? And she said she did it for her children because they were becoming too entitled, and she was losing control. And other people, I guess, looking in were trying to tell her what she needed to do. Let's see, it was here. That's very weird because did her husband go? Their husbands go in and take it down? Because it was here earlier. Standing in truth. Yeah, I think they took it down off here. That's so bizarre. What does it mean to worship my child? Oh, that was worshiping your child. As she said, you're putting your child's needs, and you're thinking like, will this make my child happy? And that's so wrong. Oh, no, it's here. It's this one. And she was making so much money while she left 8 passengers. The worth of your child, connected people. Yeah, but these people, we're living an absolute lie and trying to teach other people this stuff. Now let's go to the website. Okay. Listen to their podcast. You could get a free mental fitness training video. You can become a member. You can join a men or a woman's team, and you can schedule a one-on-one session with Jodi. It's only $175 for 50 minutes. Okay, I love to work with people and see them change. I'm very passionate about this work and seeing it go throughout the world. I look forward to working with you and seeing you find peace, happiness, and freedom in your life. And where are you sleeping tonight? In the jail? Okay. Let's see, here's a testimonial. Jodi allowed me the space to be vulnerable, validated my pain, and guided me into the truth. The principles she has taught me have changed my life, Mallory. Oh boy. Oh boy. Meet.
Welcome to Connections. I'm Jody Hildebrandt. So glad you're with me.
Yeah, we don't really want to hear you. We can read you. My style is compassionate yet direct and clear of what is necessary to fully change and champion any addictive or self-destructive behavior, whether it be ravenous addictions, feelings of worthlessness or inadequacy, conflicts in relationships, intimacy problems, communication breakdowns, and frankly, any block that prevents having and creating peace and joy. I have counseled thousands of individuals and families of all ages and situations with my unique style of educating about the power of choice and the need for impeccable honesty. Okay, let me just tell you something, okay? And this is going to sound, well, she is saying she can help you change, right? To fully change and champion any addictive or self-destructive behavior. Would that possibly be something like overeating, not exercising, not taking care of yourself, etc., etc.? When I see people who say that they can teach other people to do stuff like this, and I look at that person, and that person is not like an example of, I mean, you would think, okay, let's just say that a person is going to look more in the body like somebody like Ruby, right? Because if she had all the answers, why isn't she working it in her own life? Does anybody understand what I'm trying to say? You think it's as simple as she's saying there that she's going to fully change someone and champion any addictive or self-destructive behavior, whether it be ravenous addictions, feelings of worthlessness or inadequacy, conflicts in relationships, intimacy problems, communication breakdowns, and frankly, any block, she's going to help. That prevents having and creating peace and joy. I have counseled thousands of individuals and families of all ages and situations with my unique style of educating and the power of choice and the need for impeccable honesty, rigorous responsibility, and vulnerable humility, the which have, vulnerable humility, you need to take out of there, which have empowered souls to heal and grow. But she hasn't even proofread her about story. I love to work with people and see them change. I'm very passionate about this work and seeing it go throughout the world. She already said this over there. I look forward to working with you and seeing you find peace, happiness, and freedom in your life. I received my Bachelor's of Art degree in English and my graduate work in educational psychology Earning a Master's of Science, I began working at Cirque Lodge, which was at the time growing to become a national and now internationally known drug and alcohol treatment center. Following my time at Cirque, I designed and wrote the curriculum for Connections classes, masterclass, parenting, principles, and group to help treat those lost and stranded in the darkness of distortion, which addictions, fear, sadness, and all other self-destructive behaviors derive from. I currently teach several classes a week. As for materials, I have written 24 workbooks and produced 22 DVDs supporting the Connections curriculum, with more on the way. Over 100 free podcasts have been produced in 2 years, and there have been over, is that 1 million? Plus, or was 1 billion downloads in 23 different countries simply by word of mouth with the creation of connectionsclassroom.com. The facilitation of knowledge has never been easier for people to self-educate about these core truths. I have lectured at numerous functions and conferences for hundreds of and thousands of people, including doTERRA, that's an MLM of essential oils, BYU Women's Conference, and ward and state conferences. I am currently working with business owners and their corporations. Doesn't name any. To spread connections throughout the business sector, and is now becoming the framework for a growing number of company cultures. Like which ones? Because if it was, you would list them. Overall, I desire to help our generation and the generations to come dispose of distortion's ugly lies in order to live in truth, connection, and freedom. Is that how those children were living? What you do is not who you are. And the mission statement, we invite and encourage healing and facilitate personal growth through impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility. Well, okay, talk to us, blah, 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 blah. Live class, men's and women's teams. Okay, so what are you thinking about this right now? Okay, so let me go here to let's look over here. What's today? Let's go to the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Jody Hunt. Curtis. September 1st. Let's see here. They're supposed to be. They're listed on here. Are they not listed on here? Let's see. a minute. I wonder where they are not listed on there, but they said that they are, according to the Washington County Sheriff's Department, that they are they're still in custody and being held without bail. Okay, so they're filming in Jody's house here. You love their little mics. That's so, what the freak is that? That's like from the 90s. Okay, so Sherry, the daughter, also posted an Instagram story that says, stop. Connections and Moms of Truth need to go. Please report their Instagram accounts and encourage everybody to unfollow them. They do not deserve such a large audience. That is from Ruby's oldest daughter. Ruby's oldest daughter posted that on her Instagram story, which is official Sherry Frank. Okay, and let's see here. Let's go to, yeah, and why wasn't the husband? What did he had to know? Does he not see his children? Why were the children being cared for by Jody? Tell me why. Okay, now. Now another one of Bonnie, sister of Ruby, made a video. And she posted and said, my statement on my sister, Ruby Franke. But then the video was unavailable a few hours later. It's unclear if the video had been removed by the sister or by YouTube, but if it says video unavailable, it usually means that they took it down. But in the video description, she wrote, it would feel very out of place for me to continue to post my regular content after the arrest of my sister. It feels like a weight has been lifted, as we now know our nieces and nephews are safe. YouTube said it terminated the 2 channels following Franke's arrest, saying the platform may terminate a channel if its owner is accused of a serious crime and the content of the channel is closely related to the alleged crime. YouTube added that Franke will no longer be allowed to use, own, or create an account on the platform. Like some others, right? YouTube did not clarify who took this sister's video down or why it had been removed. She began the video by saying that she was filming the response on Thursday evening and that the week had been nothing that I could have anticipated. She said the news of her sister's arrest had been broadcast across the internet, and she and her 2 other sisters, Julie Griffiths Drew and Ellie Mecum were all on the same page about Frank's arrest. For the last 3 years, we have truly clung on to each other and offering support to one another, and I don't think any of us could have seen this coming, she said. We all did as much as we could legally. She said, "You don't know what you don't know," and said that she was numb but only cared that her nieces and nephews were safe, adding that they are safe. That is the only thing that matters to us. It is going to feel weird for me to move forward. I mean, do I just move forward? A male voice is heard responding, telling her to just take it one day at a time, and that the kids are safe. She then addresses the camera, saying she doesn't know what to tell herself, let alone her audience. Times like these is where it really tests your belief in God, and I know that timing is everything, and I know that they will be taken care of. I know the kids will be okay, and that our family will be okay. The sun rises every day, the sun sets every day, and each day you move forward. That's all you can do. The day before she posted the video, Mecum posted a statement to Instagram saying the family had kept quiet on the subject of our sister Ruby Franke for the sake of her children. Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could to try and make sure the kids were safe. Said the sisters would not feel right continuing with their regular social media content without addressing Frank's arrest, but added they would not be commenting beyond their statements posted to social media. Crazy. Okay. Let me go back to the chat for a minute, see what's going on in here. Okay. Shoot. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. So, let's see. Barb says, I read that she homeschooled the children. Okay, wait. That's from before. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, Barb. Let's see what you're saying. Hi, Serenity. Hi, Lisa. Good to see you back in chat. I've missed you. I haven't seen you in a long time in the chat. Nice to see you. Hello, Sassy. The more perfect someone or something looks, the more I side-eye. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, okay. There are metabolic reasons, but I'm saying, you know, she's sitting there like saying she is the be all end all to, you know, everything perfect. And I don't know. I just seems, I don't know. Hi, Kato. Okay, so let's see what we can find out about Daddy-O. Hi, Liz Tops. Kids need to be kids, not having every moment of their life put on the internet. Yeah. All right, let's see here. A couple of years ago for abusing your kids too. Well, yeah, that's the one. We covered that too, High 61, and I think you're talking about the one that had a bunch of adopted kids and they were doing all kinds of like pranks and stuff in Arizona. And she ended up dying in jail. The mother. Yeah, absolutely. And then you have the one that gave her adopted child back. Remember that one? Yeah, Bonnie took that video down. Which video? No, she did. Which one? Oh, that video. That video that we just talked about? Okay, yeah. Dad was fired from BYU in the spring. Okay, Leia. Is that Leia? So their dad was fired from, okay, let's see if we can find that out why there. Okay, let's see. Oh, so, okay. Bad reviews in the wake of his wife's arrest for child abuse. Ruby Franke's husband, Kevin Franke, was an associate professor at Brigham Young University in Utah in the Department of Civil and Construction Engineering. However, he was allegedly fired in the spring of 2023 and has stayed away from the limelight. Now, they say that he was also missing. While it's unclear why he was terminated, the couple has most likely not been together since earlier this year. Ooh, wow. Okay. So they're not together anymore, maybe? It says, in the wake of Ruby's arrest, Kevin Franke has reportedly taken charge of ensuring their children's well-being, keeping them under his care and away from public eye. But the aggravated child abuse charges against his wife have stirred up many accusations against him. And he's even getting negative reviews that are trending on the Rate My Professor's website. While some are brand new and may have been driven by recent events, many are from last year. In the reviews, his students have called him toxic and even asked fellows not to take his classes. So here's some. Let's see. They said, just take someone else for your own sake. Another one said, terrible human beings. Another one said, he sucks. Another one said, I truly did not have a great experience in this class. It was an insanely hard class. I take schoolwork very seriously, and I have never had any issues with a professor before now. Hard professors are one thing, but downright rude, dismissive, and arrogant is another. Save yourself the misery, if you can, and take something else with someone else. He was very rude and mean. He spoke down to students in a disrespectful manner. This one said, unable to get in contact outside of class. He is very controlling, and you can only have the same view that he has, or you will be looked down on. Caused me so much stress that I dropped out. This one said, the professor is so full of himself. He always makes sure to remind the class that he is the leader, and he will guide us into a healthier style of life. So hard to get in touch with him outside of the lecture, very unprofessional. But then he also had some positive reviews saying, don't pay attention to the bad reviews. Dr. Franke was one of the most influential professors at my time at BYU. He also taught sustainable infrastructure in an inspiring way. He's not perfect. Sadly, BYU is a homophobic school, and queer students deal with a lot of negative experiences while in there, but we can't blame Dr. Franke for it. Another one said, Professor Franke is a very caring professor. He does give a lot of work, but it is a hard class in general. If you put in the effort and study, you should do fine. I would take him again because he really knows his stuff. Just be ready to study, study, study. Okay, so let's see what else we can find out about the dad. They may not be together anymore. Would that explain why the kids were staying with this lady? Let's see what you guys think. Trying to get back to the live stream. What do you think? Hey, Lisa Hoban, I asked for you last night. You must have heard me. Welcome back. You and Lisa Hobbs. Hi, easily distracted. Were your ears burning, Lisa Hoban? I asked for you. I asked for Lisa Holub and my other one with the 2 dogs, the Schnauzer, Linda. Okay. Hang on, hang on. Okay. So let's see. Hey, Sherry M, I asked for you last night too. Hi, 66. They aren't together, huh? So what happened? What happened there? You felt your ankle bracelet get zapped? Yeah, your chip didn't vibrate in your neck? That's supposed to happen. Separated but not divorced. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Let me go back here. You're away on vacation. Hope you had a good time. All right, let's see. Let's see what happened with Kevin. Kevin. Okay, so it says that they're still married amid child abuse charges. Let's see what's going on here. All right, come on. Hold on, I'm trying to get the, she looks a little older than 41 to me. Come on. Come on. Sorry, I'm trying to get this. I was trying to get a graphic up for you guys, and it's giving me a bit of a trouble. A bit of spot of trouble. I'm just going to stop touching everything. So, yeah, this is her sister on the screen, which I'm trying to get off here. I'm trying to get something else up for you guys. Let me see if I could just X them all out. Can I X you guys out? Can I get rid of you guys? Okay. I'll try this again. Okay, here we go. Okay. I'm just trying to close some tabs here. All right, let's see what's going on with these two here. Okay, so it says that Ruby and Kevin are still married, according to Kevin's attorney, despite the arrest for aggravated child abuse. Kevin's attorney, Randy S. Kester, confirmed that the pair are still legally a couple. When asked if Kevin had any plans to split from his wife in wake of the allegations, the attorney said he was not at liberty to respond about the topic of divorce. Let me see here. Okay, and then Kevin's lawyer also said that his client's urgent focus is simply to keep his children together under his fatherly care. Now, Kevin hasn't spoken out on social media. Okay, let's see here. So, yeah, it doesn't sound like things are going great in there, but that's probably why he wasn't arrested. But with those wounds and stuff on that child, you know, there's got to be some looking into that. That's just weird. And who knows, maybe with not putting the kids on social media, the treatment of them went downhill. Okay, so I want to look up something else, though, about... Let me just see something here. Okay. Wanted to look up something right here. Eight passengers was removed from YouTube earlier this year. Let's see. That doesn't jive with what they said was said by a spokesperson. And it said that she took her channel down. I think it's that she took her channel down and they probably terminated it after the arrest. She did about the beanbag chair, said that had been taken out of context and that the teenager had been given a choice of sleeping on a blow-up or a pull-out mattress but declined. Several other videos that were on that other channel showed Ruby threatening to take away meals as punishment. There are also videos of Ruby threatening to cut the head off her child's teddy bear. That is horrendous. That is absolutely horrendous. Taking away the children's Christmas presents and sending her oldest boy to a behavioral camp where youth spend a minimum of 49 days in the wilderness with little gear. Let's see. Oh, listen to this one. Jody Hildebrandt is a therapist who had her license suspended in 2012 after she disclosed a patient's porn addiction to his Mormon church leaders. And that is per the Salt Lake Tribune. And this is an article from April 5th of 2012. It said a porn addiction therapist has been reprimanded by the state for discussing a patient without permission with his LDS church leaders and Brigham Young University. All of the claims made by Jody Hildebrandt were false, the man asserts, but they led to his loss of privileges in the church and his ejection from BYU. She just lied wherever she went to further an agenda to destroy my life, said the man who objected to bills that were as high as $2,000 a month. We came there for marriage counseling, and she pulled us into her porn marathon. Hildebrandt, a professional counselor, is on probation for 18 months and must meet 22 conditions or she could lose her license. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said that Hildebrandt is no longer on LDS Family Services referral list due to the case. Okay, and at the time it said she's the director of LifeStar, Utah County, a franchise of a national company based in Utah that specializes in pornography and sexual addiction. Okay. And it said the conditions on Hildebrandt's license include working under a supervisor approved by the Utah Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing. The supervisor will sit in on videotape or audio tape at least one clinical session a month and review 20% of her patient files, according to a January order from DOPL. The supervisor will also instruct her on issues related to confidentiality, boundaries, and relationships. She may also need to undergo a psychological evaluation and complete treatment if necessary. Hildebrandt, Hildebrandt's lawyer said in an email that her license is active and her practice has and will continue without interruption. In 2008, Hildebrandt provided therapy to a married couple, only identified as John and Jane Doe, who later divorced. John Doe agreed to an interview but asked not to be identified because he fears repercussions from the therapist. He has subsequently been told that he can return to study at BYU if he chooses, and he is currently a member of the church. Between 2008 and 2010, Hildebrandt repeatedly discussed the couple with their LDS clergy and other mental health therapists without having signed authorization. In 2009, she talked about John Doe to the Honor Code office at BYU. In those conversations, Doe said she accused him of having serious problems but never actually diagnosed him or spent enough time with him to do so. She spent hardly any time knowing about my life, he said. She didn't want to talk about my personal goals or my progress. She would threaten me that if I didn't take more sessions and have my wife take more sessions, the alleged addiction would destroy my life. In addition, while Hildebrandt was providing therapy to Jane Doe, she allowed the woman in her clinic without documenting whether she had given the patient information about the benefits or risks of blurring their therapeutic relationship. In an interview, John Doe said the couple had been referred to LifeStar for marriage counseling by their LDS bishop, whose brother co-founded the Murray-based National LifeStar Network. It licenses others to use its counseling materials. John Doe said he did not have addiction issues, and once he began to question Hildebrandt's therapy, which cost $1,200 to $2,000 a month, his personal life started to unravel. He believes Hildebrandt was using his marriage as leverage for me to pay for everything. Todd Olson with Lifestar Network in Murray said he's aware of the discipline order against Hildebrandt. He said that she is licensed to use the company materials, but she is not an employee, and he has no authority over her Utah County office. Olson said Lifestar is on the LDS Church's authorized referral list for sex addiction therapy. The church has recently emphasized the dangers of pornography. Hildebrandt was listed as a speaker addressing pornography at the 2010 BYU Women's Conference. Okay. That's some interesting stuff, huh? I wonder what she would write in her little memes on her Instagram about that kind of stuff. That's very crazy. One Christmas, what happened? She didn't let. Hold on, I have to go back to that. Okay, you say, oh, good night, Serenity. They may be separated, but didn't the dad see how thin and sick the four youngest were? Yeah, I know, Liz, right? Oh, 66 Lester. Sleester says, one Christmas she didn't let her two youngest kids have any presents because they have been bad. Wow. Any presents? Crazy. Andalyn says, hi, I have some insight into all this, having moved back to Utah County. Oh, Andalyn, do you want to call in? Hi, Sinrisa. Wonder how Jodi could be considered a good Mormon when she is divorced. Let's see here. Well, let me know if you want to call in, Angelyn. Because you're welcome to call in. You don't have to appear on camera. Let's see. I go back to where we were. Okay, let's see here. The two shared value-based lessons on their videos and podcasts on topics like blame, control, and denial. Oh, listen to this one. Connection's YouTube page was removed on Friday. So her YouTube channel was removed. Following the news of the women's arrest, it's unclear if it was removed by the company or YouTube. Now, hold on a minute. Well, that would be easy to find out, right? We would just go to her website. And if she had a link to her YouTube channel, which she does. Hang on. Okay, they only have 1,617 followers, but somebody said something like they didn't even have, I think I was on one of her YouTube videos, and because they didn't have very many views. I think it was hers. Let's see. This says YouTube. Let's see. Okay, so when I go, it looks like it was not terminated. It looks like she deactivated it because I get this page is not available. Okay, and if it was terminated, it's going to say this channel has been terminated by YouTube. That is for the connections. That's not for the passengers. Okay. Go back to where I was. Let's see if there's any. Okay, so there's not much there, that much on that. All right, I'm going to go to see if Andalyn is. Okay. You have a huge 7 followers. Okay. No presents for Eve and Russell from Santa because they were selfish that year. Wow. What a biatch. Because they were selfish that year? What a witch. Wow. So why? Because, okay, the kids were at her house and it's saying that she was in charge of them as well and was making videos. So with Ruby, and they were staying there obviously, so she had to know about the situation. So that's why. And apparently it said that they were in her care too. So yeah. Yeah. And right, and it was Jodi's home, and now was Ruby staying with her? Ruby, don't take your love to town. Okay. Hello, Laura. All right, let me go back to something else. I'm still trying to figure out. Let me see here. All right. Okay. There was something, hold on a minute. No, I'm talking to the chat. So the kids were being skinny and they were living in a converted barn? The Franks? Huh.
What's going on, hon? Oh, okay.
Let me see here. I don't know. No, maybe they were talking about somebody else. Okay. Hang on. I didn't think so. Okay, I want to go and check something over here. Okay. Okay, now apparently a verified source who does not want to be identified came forward and said that they were present at the scene, but don't want to give further details in order to respect privacy, but they were comfortable with sharing some things, and the things that they were saying, that there were 20 plus officers who responded at the scene with representatives from federal, state, and local levels, that Ruby and Jodi were arrested. Ruby has been spending much of her time at Jodi's house in a different city. We do not know if Kevin will be arrested yet. A representative for Kevin stated that he is trying to gain custody of the kids, and a hearing date is set for next week. There are reports of child malnourishment. The two youngest children were seen by paramedics. All of the children are now safe. They're getting the care that they need. Okay, let's see. So someone said there possibly could be federal charges for Ruby from the Connections group, especially if a parent in another state was charged with abuse and testified that they were following the advice of their paid family counselor. They were paying members of that group, acting on Ruby's direct guidance. From personal professional experience, the description of how the arrest occurred leads me to believe that law enforcement was expecting the possibility of a fight or standoff. And that tells me there is probably a lot more to this arrest. My heart breaks for all those involved that have been hurt, as I believe this may have been worse than what any of us thought, and most of us already thought it was horrible, said someone that's been following this, okay? Somebody said 20 plus officers is a big deal. That's so we've been building this case and have significant evidence to make an arrest level of officers, not a one-off call. My heart breaks for those children and is immensely relieved that something is being done. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. Ruby and Jodi were both charged with aggravated child abuse. Okay, so someone says here, okay, they're listed on the site. Maybe they're out now. I don't know because I don't see them listed on the site. Okay. Let me go to Huh. 4 years ago. Is this for real? Hold on. It says 4 years ago she had a Kids take me to jail. She's got little kids sitting. This looks like a very little child, so it should be 6 years old if that's the 10-year-old. But it could be closer to 5 years ago. But that child looks even very small for 5. Look at the tiny little hands. It looks like a 2-year-old. Kids take me to jail. What the heck? That's crazy. Okay, let me see here. So here is here's the indictment. The undersigned has reason to believe that the defendant committed the following offense: count 1, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony, and that the defendant intentionally or knowingly inflicted upon a child, RF, serious physical injury or having the care or custody of such child caused or permitted another to inflict serious injury upon said child. Okay. And then this one is, again, is for RF. These are all for RF. The second-degree felony, okay, and these are all 3 for aggravated child abuse there for the child RF. And Jodi's is the same. Let me see here. Okay, what is this now? Okay. Ruby file. How do I help Ruby? Okay. Okay, so this one says, what is aggravated child abuse? Under Utah Criminal Code, a person commits aggravated child abuse if the perpetrator causes serious physical injury to a child, such as burns, starvation, broken bones, head injuries from hitting or shaking, or suffocation. The state law also applies to a person who has custody or is responsible for the care of a child and either causes or allows someone else to seriously physically injure a child in Utah. The crime is a second-degree felony if the crime is committed intentionally or knowingly. It is a third-degree felony if it's done recklessly. It is a Class A misdemeanor if it is committed with criminal negligence. Okay, so if it's a second-degree felony, 1 to 15 years in prison, up to a $10,000 fine. it's a third-degree felony, up to 5 years in prison and a maximum fine of $5,000. If it's by criminal negligence, it's 6 months in jail, a maximum fine of $1,000 or both. Okay, and it says child abuse cases can be very complicated. The outcomes often hinge on an array of medical evidence and the testimony of the child victims. These kinds of evidence can often be interpreted in different ways. Okay. Okay, somebody named Scott Warner 18 wrote something on social media saying it was only a matter of time before you'd be exposed, Jody Hildebrandt. I knew from the moment I met you something was incredibly off with you, something dark and haunting. You played a significant role in ruining the relationships of some of my loved ones with your distortion counseling. You brought a tremendous amount of pain to these families, including mine. I hope this situation teaches you the lessons you've been needing and allows you the time to get counseling yourself to find peace moving forward. No more pain for you or your clients. Okay, here it says, according to the source Rolling Stone, a Utah resident who lives nearby the family and asked not to be named said that he and other neighbors have called the police on Frank multiple times out of concern for the children, and notes that there were weeks at a time when the children appeared to be left home without an adult present. And that neighbor said in early 2022, it started getting weird. People were concerned because Ruby completely stopped her YouTube stuff, and then it just kind of turned dark. She taped up paper all over her windows. She would disappear for weeks at a time. And there's all these little kids just left alone in the house. Interesting. Okay, so someone said, so I'm thinking of publishing some emails Jody Hildebrandt wrote that would let the world learn her dark side. Also stuff that shows how Jody has a past of unethical relationship with clients whose lives she destroys after converting them over to her cult doctrine. Like this lady. Also, if anyone else were victims of this lady, I'm going to go to her criminal hearings. He's talking about Ruby. I want her to see me in court and know her day reckoning is coming. Somebody said, years ago, I was recently married and with 2 small babies attending BYU. I had just changed this statute of limitations in Idaho for child abuse, allowing victims to come forward, wherein I spoke with the governor at a press conference as he signed the new laws. Then I moved to Utah. I moved to the married housing and joined a married ward at Y Mount Terrace, the same apartments I was born in. I was a pre-med student and an international relations student in the honors program, finishing my junior year, and then catastrophe struck. Within months, I was single, not allowed to see my children, kicked out of school, not allowed to go to the temple anymore, so deemed unworthy and treated like a danger. At one point, I was arrested and in jail for 14 days with 4 felony charges against me. My court fees were above $200,000. Almost all in the civil divorce court. I was ordered to take a lie detector test and an epicosexual test. And I had a 500-page rap sheet at the BYU Honor Code office. I was treated like a perpetrator of children, of women, and of men. But the only problem with this isn't how people are in real life, and there were no victims, and there was no crime. I guess this. I don't know what this is. Who was writing this? Oh, these were experiences with Jodi? Okay. Apparently, Ruby had said she was done having kids, but had to have one more because Kevin wanted to. Move Jodi's case to Ruby's judge. Okay, let me see here. Sort of lifeless. The younger 2 were separated from the elder. Okay. Bonnie's deleted statement is gone. Yeah. All right, so Kevin's divorce lawyer. Sherry's Google Doc. She was saying that she has protected her kids, and that like I said to you, that was the reason she gave for deleting her YouTube channel. She said her kids were becoming entitled and people were giving their opinions and she was losing control, stuff like that. Let me see here. Okay, let me just look for one thing here now. Let me see one other thing. I just see if I can get this. Okay. Let me see one thing. Sorry, guys. All right. Okay, so it is here on that site. It says, this is August 31st, Ruby Franke in custody, agency Santa Clara, Ivan's public safety, aggravated child abuse intentionally or knowing, and then Jody Hildebrandt. They are on that site, 831. I don't know why I wasn't seeing it, but it is there. Okay. see here. Okay, I'm not seeing. Let me go here for 1 second. See if there's anything else here. See, it says, when the children were found at Hildebrandt's house, Frank had been seen on a YouTube video filmed at Hildebrandt's house and posted 2 days earlier, indicating that Frank was present at the residence and had knowledge of the abuse, malnourishment, and neglect, according to the arrest affidavit. Okay, yep. So let me see if our person that said they know something wanted to call in. Let me see, I can go back to the... Hang on a second. This stupid thing. What the heck? Hold on. Okay, I know I lost the live stream, so let me just open up a live stream again. Content and live. Okay, and we're back in here. And I'm back in. All right, so Sinrisa said it's not about being LDS, period. If these babies were hurt under the mother's care, it is on her. Mothers weep for their children to protect them, not use and abuse them. Well, unfortunately, mothers do use and abuse their children. We see it every day here, and it's sickening. Okay, I think Washington would be just fine. I grew up there, but... Andalyn inclined it. Okay. So, why, White Angel? You were supposed to be in Las Vegas? Okay, what is everybody saying? Those who know the power and the hypocrisy of the church know my family were some of the founders. So just wait a while, you'll see. Okay, so wait, hold on. Let me go back here and see what's going on here. All right. All right, let me go here. Texas refugee says, almost all religious people judge me as a Jezebel, a sinner, a woman of the world, beneath them, bad company. I'm what I call a closet Christian. I used to call myself a red letter Christian. That's someone who only believes in the words of Jesus. Now I call myself a scarlet letter Christian. And Sanrisa says, Texas, I agree. I'm very spiritual, but I'm not a fan of big organized religion. Too easy to corrupt. I was raised religious in the South, but small churches were always kinder, I felt. Okay. Let's see. Texas then says, all these religious people around here make me proud to be a scarlet letter Christian that they shame and condemn. And then Leela says, farm wife, the Zillow of her publicity listed address doesn't give any info other than it's a $3 million, 3-bedroom, 5.5-bath house that's 5,000 square feet on 1.43 acres. Super Chat Cat said, did the family with many kids who were starved? Oh, you're talking about the House of Horrors. Yeah, that you're talking about that one out in I think it was California, right? And never taken out, made to march in a line all night, have a YouTube channel as well. No, they were the ones that went to Vegas all the time, dressed up in the same outfits to Elvis. Remember all that stuff? Let's see. Layla says 1.43 acres. That poor child had to go so far to get to a neighbor. I'm familiar with Ivan's, but that neighbor is newer. Really, it's not that far because the 1.43 acres can be, in the back, on the sides. I mean, I grew up in a area where you had to build on a minimum of 1 acre. Mostly people had 2 acres at least, and it was still like a development, you know what I mean? So it really wasn't far to go to your neighbor. Okay. Let's see. So Sanrisa says, I remember a Sunday a deacon in church was outed as a cheater. I was young and I still remember it didn't sit well with me. Texas says, these people scratch out of the Bible the part where Jesus says it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. They just scratch that out. And then I can't see Andalyn, but I see you guys. Oh, you know why? Because I'm in top freaking chat and not in live chat. Okay, let me go back now. Leela says, LOL, we went on a Mormon culture rabbit hole. Let me go back here. Why am I not seeing Andalyn? Okay. Oh, now I am. Okay. Let me go back here. Leela says, Andalyn, people keep referencing the power of the church, and it's true. But at this point in a case, they're not going to help her out, in my opinion. Their PR will go full force to distance from her. Layla says, Andalyn, just like they did with Lori Vallow. Texas says, Jesus went to the garden and the wilderness to connect with God. He only went into a church to tear stuff up and throw things around. 66 Leister said, Leela, I totally agree. Sanrisa says, Amen, Texas Refuge. My creator made the grass I walk on and the tree I pray under. That's what my grandmother taught me. Don't need a church to validate my life. Layla says, why does Jodi's house have 3 bedrooms and 5.5 bathrooms? Doesn't that seem imbalanced? Well, it could be because each of the bedrooms has a bathroom, an ensuite, and then they have a powder room. There's probably the 0.5, and probably maybe a hall bath and a bath, downstairs or something for guests. I don't know. Okay. Sanrisa says, I know a young girl who could not get married in the temple. She was the sweetest child ever, broke my heart. Okay, there are rules to getting married in the temple, 66, Leister says. Andelin says, those who know the power and the hypocrisy of the church know my family were some of the founders. So, 66, Leister, just wait a while, you'll see. Sinrisa says, I know the rules. She was kid and the whole church knew her business. It was just sad to me. She married the boy she made the mistake with. Lisa says the nice thing about this channel is we can all have different views and religious beliefs and be respectful of each other. Layla says, Andelin, oh, there's no doubt about that. I too am pioneer stock. I'm just guessing they're going to wield that power to minimize, disavow her because even Curtin McConkie can't do anything now. And Risa says, I absolutely have no problems with standards in an organization, but I'm old and base my opinions on my past experiences. White Angel says, Lisa Hobbs, yes, I was actually supposed to be in Las Vegas right now with my sister and a friend, but I didn't go with them yesterday. I'm going in December, but yeah, I definitely had a fun day. Lisa Hobbs says, White Angel, I still haven't been to Vegas. It looks like fun. And Risa says, yes, White Angel, glad you had a good day. They were hauling off trees today here. Andalyn says, Layla, absolutely, I absolutely believe it. There are major Utah cities, hold on a minute, cities and monuments named after my family. I wish I were able to speak out more, but I honestly don't feel safe. Andalyn. I remember you, Andalyn. I thought you used to be a member. I remember your name. Okay, 66 Lester says, Pioneer stock here as well. True blue and card carrying, but the church won't get involved in a broken law battle. That wench is on her own now. Okay, guys. And then Layla says, Andalyn, I hear people worrying that she's going to catch a break on sentencing if everyone is LDS. And like, of course, they will be, but I don't see that. Do you? And Layla says, Andalyn, I'm inclined to think a jury of all Mormons is going to come down harder because of how atrocious it is. They're super welcoming, but they do not like bad press. And 66 says we believe in upholding the laws of the land. Leah says 66 exactly. They have a ton of influence in a whole lot of places in Utah, but they will not use it in her favor. Andalyn says, Leah, it depends on the district. If they push it to a higher court, there is a chance at justice, in my humble opinion. Farm Wife says, I wanted to see their mugshots, but I guess they are not allowed to release them. Leah says, oh, I think Washington County would be just fine. I grew up there, but there have been way too closed for 15 years now. But they have been away for close to 15 years now. You know, I actually saw this. Oh, boy. Did I saw it sometime, was it yesterday? I'm trying to think when I saw this, because I meant to go back and read about it, but then I got caught up in the Chris Coleman case, and I never went back. And then today, Linda reminded me, and I was like, oh crap. I'm trying to see when I first heard about the arrest. It was crazy. Okay. It's not about being LDS, period, Sinrisa says. If these babies were hurt under the mother's care, it's on her. Okay, we read that already. All right, let's see. 66 is Andalyn. Yes, I've heard of McKay Event Center. This has nothing to do with the age of my blood. I'm an old, very old member. Okay. Pioneer stock. Through the money changers out of the temple. Leia says 66 Lester, of course, but I'm flummoxed at why it hasn't happened yet, or if it has, why it hasn't been reported as high profile as it is. It's weird. And Andalin says 66 Lester, have you ever heard of the McKay Event Center? You sound like new blood. Please quit with the judgments. Okay. Lisa says, my daughter spent this week in Utah, and she said there's a huge feeling of the church and the money there. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Andalin says, I'll just be candid. The LDS church has more power than most people realize. When you're in a small town where law enforcement officers and CPS is LDS, there is no justice. Okay, so what? If anybody wants to call in, you're welcome to call in. You don't have to turn your camera on at all. You don't have to turn your camera on at all. So just let me know. But have we is there anything else you'd like me to see if we can find out, or what? I mean, oh, you're welcome, farm wife. I think technology is, what is it doing? I'm sorry, I need my glasses. Is reaching out and changing a lot of this. Many people don't care about your faith, but do care if you abuse a child. That's the way it should be. Leia says, Carolyn, you didn't have any background in the... No, I don't have background in the LDS faith. No, I do not. No. I do not. I mean, the only things that I know is we have covered a lot of crimes where people have been members of the LDS faith, like Lori Vallow, like the one that poisoned her husband with the Moscow Mule. There was a family annihilator. Let me see. Of course, we know Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias. So, in that respect, that's where I've honed up a little bit on it. But me myself, no. I would like to find out if the panic room they were talking about on a scanner. Oh, okay. If the panic room, because I saw something about a panic room. I think Andalyn should, but I will too if she doesn't want to. We should listen to the dispatch audio. Okay. This case is not an anomaly. You can literally get away with anything if you're LDS privileged. Nobody will tell you that, but that's the truth. If either of you want to call in, all you have to do is email me and I can give you the number to Zoom, and it's very easy to get on here. So just let me know. All you have to do. Okay, panic room. All right, let me go because I did see something about that panic room. And I was going to look more at Jody's house, which I think myself and my style, I think I don't like that, but I don't like very modernistic homes like that. They don't have. I'm more of like Victorian colonial. I like a lot of charm. I like gingerbready style. I like dormers. I'm more of that. That's more my style. But I don't like the area. I just don't like it. It's not something I grew up in. I grew up with trees and, just lawns and lush. I don't know. It's not something I like. Okay. Okay. So that house that Jody was living in was built in 2017. 3 bedrooms, 5.5 baths, 7,594 square feet, 1.43 acres. Estimated home value $3,122,839. And let's see. Does Jody have children? What's up with her? She's tax exempt. She has a nonprofit in 501c, care of Jody Hildebrandt. In the tax exempt world, it says nonprofit and 501 organizations, Ivins, Utah. It says organizational count 43, assets 88,000, income total 39,000. Connections, foundation. Oh no, here it says asset amount $0, income amount $0, Form 990 revenue amount $0, in care of name Jody Hildebrandt. Classifications 501c3, charitable organization, educational organization. Income less than 25,000. That sounds realistic, right? Sounds like they might have to do a little bit of investigating there. Okay, the date of the latest return filed, 12/2020, it says according to this. I don't know, I mean, this says it was updated March 12, 2023, but I don't know. Okay, let me go back to something else now. This is her house. All right, let me see if anybody has asked to call in. 1 second. Okay, so if you guys want to call in, all you have to do is send me an email at carolyn@truecrimechat.org, okay? And you can call in. Anybody else as well. All right, so that's about what I can see there. But you wanted to know about this panic room. Let me get that for you, because I saw something about the panic room. Okay. Oh, let's see here. I'll be quiet. Sorry, there's a... Okay. Neighbors noticed the cat. Duct tape. Okay, I can't. I find where I saw the panic room. Oh wait, I think I found it. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so Jodi has kids. Okay, so somebody said, this is regarding Jodi. My wife and I participated in her group therapy in 2018 or thereabouts. As I recall, she had said that she has been divorced 5 times. She never spoke of having a current husband. I'm fairly certain she was not married at the time. I don't know much else about her family life, but I can say I wish I had never met her. My wife at the time was referred to her by a friend who was hyper-religious and not well at all. When Jodi began counseling my wife, that was the beginning of the end for us. My wife became very controlling and took on a victim complex like you would not believe. I was kicked out of my house at the threat of divorce. And I was never so isolated in all my life. I learned that most of the other guys were in the same situation. Ironic as the name of the brand is Connections, it was anything but connecting. She has very good materials, not hers, but licensed from another program, Lifestar, I think. It only took 2 couples meetings with me to start suspecting that she hated men. There were rumors that she was a lesbian, although I can't substantiate that claim. I would not be surprised, though. 4.5 years after meeting her and 2.5 years after my divorce, my ex-wife is a shell of the person she was. Ruled by fear, she continues to cling to control and victim mentality as her safe space. Unable to admit fault for anything, it was a tragic ending. We have 5 kids, and we're married for 15 years. Our current co-parenting situation is pretty bad. My ex-wife basically hates me. Thanks for everything, Jodi. Run from Jody Hildebrandt. She's dangerous. Someone said this woman ruined my parents' 50-year marriage. She is awful and got my mom thinking strangely. Jodi brainwashed my mother. My dad agreed. Jodi threatened to sue my dad for posting her desert news story about how the Mormon church was no longer referring Jodi as a counselor. They are both dead now, and I blame Jodi. She is a terrible person in general. Okay. Okay, so it looks like she has a son, Addison, according to this, so I'm not sure, though. Someone said she's not married. In fact, from what I have inferred, Jodi didn't even raise her kids for the most part, and the stepmom seemed to be the one who raised them from looking at Facebook. She has 2 kids, I believe. Okay, her kids are in their late 20s. They seem to be married and still practicing LDS. Okay, I don't know why I got here on the panic room. I thought there was something about the panic room, but there wasn't. But I saw something about a panic room. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let's try something else here. What is, okay, let me see here. I don't know, farm wife. Finding it. Oh, you want to call in? Hey, yeah, great. Let me get you the number. Okay, hang on. I'm going to have to open up a new Zoom. That's just take me 1 second here. Don't be scared. I'm coming right back in. Okay, and I'm going to send you the number. Okay. Maybe you know about the panic room. Here you go. Okay, I just sent it to you. Yep, Jeanette, I got it. Oh, and they just, okay, and okay, let me get the, I believe, hold on a minute. Hang on 1 second. I think this is it. Yeah. Why do I have no? Oh.
Control 12x11 all, E17 all back, 17.
Tampa, this is where we said a 12-year-old male showed up with tape around his legs, thirsty, asking for help, said he was afraid, asking for police.
Copy, 17.
Pepper.
7 Alpha, 17 as well.
Pepper.
101 to back.
Pepper.
10-4, you can show me 17.
Deborah, you gave the name of Russell Franke, unknown date of birth, or he did give us the date of birth, but I'm not showing any Russells in Spillman. I'll keep looking into that. The RP said he left through the porch of the neighbor's house.
Oh, so then it was.
10-4, break 12x11 and 17, just 10-14. The male does have duct tape around each ankle. He's not telling the RP why. And said that there's sores around his wrists and ankles. He's becoming, or correction, the RP is becoming emotional regarding the child's health. I'm going to go ahead and have medical stage on this one.
Copy. 1x43.3.
Yep. 12x11, 12x14. Or 17, sorry, the ERP said that he left from a neighbor's Jody Hildebrandt.
Jody
And
Hildebrandt, so
Ivan,
that's what it
54-year-old female. Not sure if they're related. When asking the ERP's parents info, he said his mom is Ruby Franke, unknown where she lives.
Copy.
Frankie or Frank? I've heard it.
12x11, 12x. 17, I do have a Ruby Franke spelling with an E on the end of Franke address out of Springville. Only involvement was a traffic offense a couple of days ago.
Traffic offense. Is that with the dehydrator thing?
Copy.
He's also saying that there's 2 of his sisters are back at the home as well.
Copy that. Control 12x11, 23. 12x11, 12x5, we give me a 21. 10-4. Control 6 Delta 3 will be 82 if 1 2 now.
Copy 82, 1057.
Control 12 X 17.
Go ahead.
Do you have an address for that, Jody?
Sandbar 8.
And can you put that on the CAD, please?
Sandbar. Martina, go ahead.
Stand by.
Come on, Alpha. Can you copy your welfare check?
1 0.
12X17, it looks like if you're at DR looking out the front, go left, it's going to be your...
Copy that, thank you. Go.
RP and the Juber are going to be sitting out on the front porch, no visible weapons. The male is currently wearing a long sleeve and shorts, and medical's 23 as well.
10-4, 3 minutes, medical's in front of me. Control 4 28, you can assign me that custodial, I'll be 21.
28, thank you. 10-4, I'll send you Jody, 27 as well.
Copy that.
312, control 1036.
Go for it.
Copy.
I didn't hear it in there. About a panic room. Did anybody else hear about a panic room in there? But if he did mention a panic room, then it had to have come from Jody's house, because that's where they were. But I didn't hear a panic room. And Leia, I sent you the number. Are you able to call in? Okay, let me go back to the chat. Let's see what's going on. I didn't hear about a panic room. It is past that. What do you mean? That's the, I don't know. No, it's past that. Why would Jody have a panic room? It's on another one. Hi, Leanne. It's on another one? Okay. On another dispatch call. Okay. Let me see. This one says full dispatch call, though. I don't know. Do we know that the other one is real? Why would there be another one? I'm confused. I don't know. I don't know, but let me see if Leia's going to call in. Leia, are you calling in? Just let me know if you're going to call in or if you're having trouble or whatnot. Please. Got the link and trying to figure out how to turn my camera off. It'll be on what if you're on a phone, it'll be on the bottom when you go in, when it connects you, it'll say to you, do you want to turn your camera off, and you can turn it off before you hook up. I was from the police. Oh, okay. I don't know, Leanne. Why would panic room have a lock on the outside? That would mean you're locking it from the outside. I don't know, because isn't it panic room where you have to find out how to get your way out of the room, like an escape room? Hello. Hi. Just connecting it to audio. Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. How are you?
Okay, awesome. Good. How are you?
Good. So this is crazy, right?
It is way crazy. I've been reading about it all day. So we have such a great little group here. It's so fun because I can actually keep up with the chat.
Yeah. Yep. So what are you were in the Latter-day Saints church, or?
Yeah, I grew up practicing until the day I turned 18 and moved out every single Sunday. Was part of that community. And it's near, I lived quite near where this happened in Ivins. I lived in St. George, which is like 25, 30 minutes away. And so I went out there actually pretty often. So I'm familiar with the area. This neighborhood is a lot newer, so I'm not familiar with these gigantic houses with all that land. But
did you follow this family?
No. I mean, I don't know them at all.
Oh, okay.
No, I've only heard about them in the last couple of days, just like everybody else. But I did go back and watch some of her videos that people are reposting on TikTok since they're now down.
Right.
And honestly, that type of parenting is not totally uncommon. There tends to be a lot of authoritarian type parenting, not quite as extreme.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I had my bedroom door taken off when I was a kid.
Okay.
And stuff like that was not. People thought my mom was strict, but it wasn't like totally unheard of or totally uncommon. Which,
right.
And I'm sure that that's still the case. So I can see why previously it may have been controversial, but not have triggered any intervention. Because my mom would do the same thing if I forgot stuff for school. I mean, I was definitely older than kindergarten, but if you forgot it, you forgot it. You need to figure it out. Remember your stuff.
Right.
So I don't think that's totally uncommon. I don't think it's the majority in that area, but it's not totally uncommon.
Okay. And so do you know about the panic room?
I just heard it on another YouTube.
Is it like an escape room? Is it with that kind of room, like for playing that game, that escape game?
No. So, and this is what I listened to it once, and it was a few hours ago. So,
okay,
take what I say, for what it's worth. But from what I recall hearing, it's the police, and they're talking about going down there. She was pulled over in northern Utah in the morning, and she was headed down to Ivins, where her kids were. People are speculating that she had heard that there was something going on. Maybe there was a camera, and she was aware that one of the kids had, been able to get away. And then the police were warning them that there was a panic room that they referenced a lock company that like provides locks for safes.
Oh, okay.
So what kind of door it had. So it was like some kind of like vault, you know, like it had like some kind of heavy duty door and lock on it. And it's unclear, but the purpose of them bringing it up was just the home has one. This is the type of lock it has, and they might be in there.
Oh,
Meaning the other people they were going to apprehend.
The other kids, or the parents.
Right. They could. I mean, that would be a great place to evade arrest, I guess. You know.
Oh, okay. But that would have been in Jody's house because that's the house they were in.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's my understanding of it. I forgot whose channel I saw it on.
It's okay. Yeah,
but it's out there.
Yeah. No, I mean
that's just a pretty wild. You know, like it just keeps getting weirder.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like I even talked about this case, I guess, a few years ago, and because when they had this whole thing with the son sleeping on the beanbag, and they were going to send him away for, you know, it was just like little things they were punishing their kids for, and the kids seemed really nice, and they were putting like lighting around their rooms, and you know, like one pranked the brother, and like it was like totally, she just
which
blew
was
it.
a mean prank.
Which prank? I don't remember which prank it was. What prank was it?
The one where he woke his brother up in the middle of the night and said they were going to Disneyland, and the poor little kid
yeah.
I would have been mad, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, but I just found that, I don't know, she just seemed like
completely irrational and authoritarian.
Yeah, and then when like never knew about like the husband had to ask permission for a 50-cent donut.
Oh, that was him. I had heard that earlier. I thought it was the child. It
was the husband, and he was talking about it, and then she went out of her mind because he bought a chocolate milk or something, or that the people he was with couldn't believe he had to keep calling her because he said, you know, he was doing an internship, he was being paid for it, he was earning money, and all he wanted to do was when he stopped and got gas, he really looked forward to these donuts. It was a 50 cents.
A 50-cent like little
charge,
treat,
and he said when she saw that going on the bank account, she like flipped out and said, "What are you doing? What is this 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents?" And then so she told him he would have to call for permission. Now, I don't even understand why he couldn't get blanket permission that, can I get a 50 cents donut every time I go there? Like he had to call every single time to say, can I get a 50 cents donut? I mean, I just think that it's incredible.
This was after she was earning money from YouTube, is that right? Like this?
No, I think this was pretty early on in their marriage, but
okay, so she may have been struggling. She may have been, you know.
But I mean, yeah, still, I mean, ridiculous. Come on, okay? I don't think that's going to make or break them 50 freaking cents. So, I don't know. I mean, but she was just saying, like, she had to be in total control, and she was saying this, she had to know exactly what was going on, and then some of his people that he was in this internship with, I guess they were at the gas station and saw him calling up, and then asking like, could he get the chocolate milk? And I think she said like no on the chocolate milk. And
oh my gosh,
you know, so they were like ribbing him that, my gosh, are you kidding me? You have to call for permission to get a donut. So it's like crazy.
That's sorry. Abuse. That's just abuse straight up. Like that's financial abuse.
Yeah.
So that's sad, but you do wonder. I mean, so given that was at the beginning of their marriage and that he proceeded to, as it seems, not do anything and participate in the abuse of the kids.
Right, but even that, like, I just find it odd that he would even like entertain that 50-cent thing. You know, like it sounds like he has no backbone or whatsoever. I mean,
yeah. And I find that strange for the culture too, because it's definitely a patriarchal type of culture. Like women are taught to defer to their husbands.
Right.
Mostly, you know. Mm-hmm. It's not as bad as it once was, but you know, still, the man is considered to preside over the home, right? So that would be a pretty unusual situation, at least in my experience.
Jeanette, I'll try to find you the links. If a man did this to his wife, he would go, oh, we would all go, oh, that's terrible. Right, exactly. If a wife had a call, she's in a paid internship and has to call about a 50-cent donut. Yeah. It just sounds like she probably, he was just one of those guys that just, yes dear,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And so that clearly didn't go well. I don't know. I'm really curious about what happened with BYU. I would suspect, because he was taking part in some of those, podcasts and YouTube videos and stuff like that. I would not be surprised if they caught wind of that and terminated him for that reason, because it really is pretty, I mean, like we've all been discussing in the chat, the LDS Church has its pros and its cons. It has its problems, just like every other religion. But what they were doing was pretty antithetical to what is, kind of at least talked about mainstream.
Right. Yeah. It's just, I didn't know that they were, it seems like they're separated now. I don't know when, maybe that was a factor too with why she stopped the channel. I don't know.
That just makes no sense though, because she had so many subscribers
and was making
so many
much
views
money.
That she would have still, even if she had stopped posting, she would have still had probably a pretty significant passive income, right? I mean, I don't.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah. But I wonder, like, people are now wondering, like, did she have an inkling that something was going to happen? Like, if it maybe in this divorce, was he saying, look, I'm going to tell them how you abuse the kids.
Yeah.
I'm going to use those videos. Maybe she knew divorce attorneys were going to get that stuff, but, you think that it would already be downloaded if that was his, what his divorce attorney was going to do, that they would have already grabbed the videos and
right before they said anything.
Right. So, but you don't know. I mean, maybe it was even court stipulated that she had to remove. I don't know. We don't know why.
Yeah.
But with her daughter being, not a minor, and I think is the son over 18, the oldest son, the one
he is now. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I wonder if they could have pressed the issue about not wanting to be seen on there, and you know what I'm saying?
Right.
In court against the mother. It could be. I don't know. And she might have been ordered to take them down.
Right. That's true. And we haven't seen anything, but I'm sure if there is something, it will come out. Maybe.
Right.
I mean, I would think so.
Yeah, but Senrisa, a divorce attorney, understands the internet, that you got to get it. And I think they would have, especially if they wanted to use that as evidence. But
right. Yeah. But they could probably still subpoena it from YouTube, I would imagine, even if she had taken it down.
Yeah, as long as she didn't delete. Because if she deleted it,
right.
I don't know how they can get it back from YouTube. But
I don't know. But all I know is that we peasants are told, don't put anything on the internet. It will be there forevermore.
Oh, yeah.
The anything electronically is there forever.
That's what they said. The internet's forever, except when you really want something back, right? Oh, my gosh, I deleted that video. I need it back. And you can't find it. And you can't get it back.
Mm-hmm. And somehow the FBI is like, yeah, we can't get it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
So I don't know what's true, but yeah, it's all very weird.
Yeah. Are you in Utah now?
No, I'm in Las Vegas.
Oh, you're in Las Vegas.
Close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
About an hour and a half away from there right now. But my family is, half and half still in that culture.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But I haven't been for a while.
And what made you leave? It was just all the rules,
Yeah, I mean, for one, it was just like it wasn't really like I was upset about anything in particular. It was just we were basically forced to go every single Sunday of our entire lives unless we were quite ill. And so once I moved out, I just, preferred to sleep in or whatever on Sundays,
Right.
and then I certainly, you cannot beat the community of the Mormons, if you move in Utah, someone is there right when they see the U-Haul truck with cookies and introducing themselves, you know all your neighbors. It's a very lovely community.
Right.
But just like with all religions, there's, issues, and there are certainly people who take it way past what is normal and, in this case, legal, So it's nuanced, but, most of them are really wonderful people. I, like others in this chat, have mentioned I'm not a huge proponent of organized religion. The Mormon Church has a lot of money and with a lot of influence in politics and stuff, and I think that's, a little dicey. But, the people who are practicing are almost, always well-intentioned, they're good people.
Right.
So,
Right.
But you would not know that if all you hear is what's in the media, because, like you said,
there are a lot. I mean,
just
in the recent few cases, there's quite a few that,
No, and like half the time when I listen to Dateline, it's like, oh, they were from Utah. Oh, they were, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
right. Because I was trying to think. It's like
lot.
the one that poisoned her husband, well, allegedly.
Lori Richins.
Right, and then of course Travis Alexander. But that was years ago. But I'm trying to think. There were quite a few in that. There was a family annihilation that was maybe a year or something.
In Utah, yeah.
Yep. And
their last name was something weird. I can't remember. Hate.
Yes. And trying to think, there were a few others, and I just thought, oh wow, okay.
Well, there was Lori Val, but then we don't know the religious status of any of these college kids, but they're in Idaho, presumably.
Mm-hmm. Rexburg.
The Rexburg, the Rexburg 4, perhaps. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
but,
yeah. You mean the ones that were murdered at the?
That night, in the dorm,
Kohlberger, yeah.
And we don't know that. I don't, just
we
to be clear, that's not out there. But I mean, you could, just like in Utah, you can assume in Idaho that many of the people would be of that, faith.
Right. I'll tell you why Mormons are in Vegas, because we were part of the mob. Nobody will tell you that. And said.
That's true. They do say that there's a Mormon mafia. But no, it was originally settled largely by LDS folks, and then everybody else started coming in. But there's a pretty large LDS presence here in Vegas. But it's a different vibe than Utah.
Yeah, I just remember as a kid that we had all those LDS commercials. Remember all those?
I'm a Mormon. That one, like, was it?
No. The one I remember the most is the grandfather and the grandson are fishing on the lake, and the kid says, "Oh, Grandpa, I'm going to go over David's tomorrow," and he goes, "Who's David?" And he goes, "Oh, David is my Jewish friend." And the grandfather says, "Why did you say he was your Jewish friend? Why didn't you just say he was your friend?" And then they said, "This is brought to you by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints." Yeah, and I just remember that one so much because...
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Wait, so where and about what year was that? Do you recall?
It would have been in the 70s. It probably would have been in the late 70s, yeah.
Okay, so that would have been before my time.
It's probably on YouTube. I bet you if you
probably
right.
No, what's funny is there was an entire campaign when I was in high school, when the president was Gordon B. Hinckley. That was like there was a whole like a PR push. I do this normal thing, and I'm a Mormon, right? Like show like somebody doing like sports or like something super normal. And then be like, and I'm a Mormon, to try to like normalize the Mormons. Like that was before the Mitt Romney run, so it was like teeing up for that, right?
Right. Yeah.
But now they don't even want to be called Mormons anymore.
No.
They find that offensive now. it's a hard habit to break, but they just want the full name, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, used at all times.
Right. Or do they call is LDS acceptable? Do they say LDS?
No.
No?
Like, they do. I mean, everybody does. My mom, my mom is a devout member. She still says Mormon. You know what I mean? Everybody does. But,
Yeah.
but no, you're supposed to say the whole thing all the time. As far as I understand it, I could be wrong if someone wants to chime in there. But that's my understanding. Is they want the whole thing all the time, which is a mouthful.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny. It's funny. But
yeah. The commercials, and recently, it's just funny because, see, where I grew up, it was like we had half Jewish and half usually mostly Catholic, Italian Catholic or Irish Catholic, so having like most of my friends were Jewish, and it was like nothing. So like when I saw it, it was like such a this commercial made it seem like such a foreign thought, like. Oh gosh, I've got a friend and my friend is Jewish, right? And I thought my friends and I who were Jewish, like we used to just laugh like crazy at this, so going funny. Like, why is that so strange? Like, because are there no Jewish people there? Like, why would you say that? Why would you say my Jewish friend?
I went on like a crusade. Like, I realized. So I grew up in Utah my whole life, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't out there until I was 18. Everybody's Mormon. Everybody's Mormon, or they're generically not Mormon, right?
Right.
With the culture. So we don't know what they are. They're just not Mormon, so we don't hang out with them. I don't think it's that bad anymore. But it used to be. And I realized once I went to college that, like, the only thing I knew about Jews was the Holocaust. I'd never met one.
Mm-hmm.
I had
they're not, and a lot of people say, like, I've had friends say that, like, who went to college out there, they said, I never knew that there was like so much discrimination there, and this from people. And she said, what, they used to mock her all the time because she goes, Carolyn, I didn't even know like half the words I used that we
were
all
anti-Semitic?
That they're Yiddish words, but like we use like, I schlepped all those packages up and down the stairs, and he's a real mensch. But where I'm from, everybody uses that. Nobody says, oh gosh, why are you talking like that? But she said when she went to college in Arizona, the other girls would say, oh my gosh, Carol, why do you talk like that? My gosh, you sound so Jewish. They said, and she'd say, everybody speaks like this where I'm from, in New York. And she just said it was terrible. She ended up transferring out of there because she couldn't take it.
I don't blame her. Yeah, like I realized, like I said, shortly out of college, like how much of a knowledge deficit that I had in terms of the Jews. And the reason why I realized this because there were. I don't know what year this was. I don't remember what it was, but there were a series of scandals about politicians saying things that were anti-Semitic that went over my head. Like, I would have had no idea were there not a political scandal. Like, I could have stood there next to a friend saying that.
Right.
And had no idea at all. And so, therefore, not have said anything, right?
Right.
And so, yeah, there's a huge culture gap from the East Coast to the Western states. In terms of Jews. I'm sure there are probably more in California.
Oh yeah.
But
it's in the Midwest. Like there's not. And I've had so many tell me that, and they say you don't realize that because like here everybody's all together and no big deal, and there's not this like discrimination that you see,
this otherness,
or people that just look at you like weird, like because we even have like ultra orthodox Jewish sects like the Hasidic and that are here, and I mean it's commonplace like to us. I mean, and I guess if you're not used to that, because you'll see them walk with the long black coats. It doesn't matter how hot it is; they will have these fur hats on like a Sunday. and you'd think like they've got to be sweating. They and then when the Sabbath comes, they don't touch money. They don't turn lights on. They can't even like light the stove. So they have a lot of rituals. And a lot of times when I'm driving home, if I'm doing a drive with me thing, if they really look, because we have you'll see like I always say like they're like us because they're up all night. Okay, all the lights are on. I swear to you, all the men and boys are out there, and they have like these buildings that they have, and a lot of them are either praying or they're just every light, literally every light you can imagine is on, and they're all up, and it can be 11, 12 at night, and you'll see young boys, everything, and they're up because it's just how they do it. And I said, well, they fit right in, but even though they're the ultra orthodox, like my kid, like we're all used to that. Because even when back in New Jersey, in the town like right next to us, that was, so I grew up like that. But I imagine that if somebody didn't, they would be like, "What is this?" And
Right.
yeah, but it's just that's how you grow up. It's what you're used to.
Right, but we do have. I mean, we have enough of a Jewish community here that there's like a Hanukkah festival that goes on, that is, for the Jewish community, but also for the broader community to come support the Jewish community. And I, of course, intended to take my children to that, and my toddlers got sick with a tummy bug the day before, so I didn't get to go. But I do plan on, attending that every year. It's important. Especially now. It's super important because there's a lot of stuff going on that, previously it's just not present in our community, so we would not have any idea,
Right.
about, the very scary anti-Semitism and things that are going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, even anti-Asian stuff, like terrible going on, where people were just, I mean, like it was horrible. It was, and it still is. It's just people were just getting older Asian women were just getting beaten like crazy. And we're talking like on New York City buses and stuff.
Right.
It was nuts, and that came about like I think more because of that virus, and then people were just directing this on any Asian person, and like they were bringing this in.
The difference between different.
It's horrible, Asian, horrible.
Yeah,
stuff.
no, my husband is Asian, and 2 of my kids are Asian, so
yeah, horrible.
So it's really scary. Yeah, really scary.
Definitely. It's crazy.
But people probably don't want to listen to it.
No, I know. I mean, I do, because it's just like it's how life is. It's just so crazy that somebody can just see some person and just be so outraged that they do something like that. I mean,
to a person, right?
Yeah,
like that, I don't understand it. I can't contemplate it. I can understand true crime in the sense of heat of the moment. Mm-hmm. You find your partner with somebody in bed, and you know what I mean?
Right? Yeah. But just people just going crazy.
People just like. Because of somebody's identity, like what does it even matter to you? What does it even matter?
Yeah, it's crazy, and
it's very crazy.
But I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens on this. I think that Andalyn, she's saying, if I'm understanding her, that if everybody is LDS, like the CPS workers and the law enforcement officers, she thinks that they're gonna catch a break. Is that what she's saying?
I can't see the chat because I'm on Zoom. Can I go over it? I don't know, but not on my phone, so I.
No, but I mean before, when you were in there, I think that I wouldn't have known the religion existed. I didn't have a crush on Donny Osmond. Oh yeah, Donny Osmond. Everybody knows Donny and Marie Osmond, right? Yeah.
He's here in Vegas now. Yeah.
Yeah. Is he in Vegas doing a show?
He was. I don't know if he's still there.
Oh, okay.
Donnie and Marie, they used to have a show at the Flamingo.
Johnny and Marie.
But no. So, in terms of, so I would, wait. So I'm sorry. What was the previous? We were talking about something.
Oh, I said like when she was in there, I think she was trying to say.
Oh, that she's going to get a break because everybody.
That they're going to, if everybody is LDS.
And see, I think that that's possible. But I tend to disagree because the thing about LDS people, and even up to the top leadership of the church, the way that I feel, and again, this is just my opinion, is that they have a very high-powered law firm in Utah, and so a lot of things get covered up at the beginning stages, right? Somebody comes and reports to their clergy, child abuse, child molestation, whatever. Somebody reports it, it gets covered up, particularly for the men, right? But also, to protect the reputation, they're instructed not to contact law enforcement before they contact the legal personnel of the church, right? So at that stage, I could totally see that being the case. But at this point where there's national awareness and we're all talking about it on YouTube, they do not want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
And nor do the members, right? So even if you have a jury of all Mormons, first of all, most Mormons are very decent people and they would find this egregious, right? And secondly, they're also conditioned, there's this, it's probably not that hard to explain as, the Jewish have a similar history, but we were very much taught that we were persecuted. I don't think that's the case. That's not the actual historical factual case, but we are taught that we were persecuted and driven from state to state. There are reasons for that, such as polygamy, such as other things. There are reasons why people didn't want us around, right? But we are taught that it was just persecution. And so people are very sensitive to bad PR for the church. And so they would not want to align themselves with this kind of conduct with national publicity. And so I don't think, my personal opinion, I don't think that they're likely to get leniency, because, and the jury will all be Mormon. They definitely will, because 97% of the population, you know what I mean? Not 97%, but a big portion of the population is Mormon. They will all be, the judge will be Mormon, everybody will be Mormon. But they don't want to be associated with this kind of conduct. And so they will come down just as hard on her, I think, as they would on anybody else. And my mom did used to work for probation and parole in Washington County, which is where this case is currently at.
With all the notoriety on it, they can't.
Exactly. They want to distance themselves, perhaps in a smaller level case, perhaps, if it were caught in an earlier stage and they could mitigate.
Yeah, the Hasidic sects here, they have their own ambulance, they have their own they have their own stuff, and they could contain something, let's say, before it gets out there. But once
it gets out,
if it's out there, all out there, you're not going to escape that. I mean, the people are going to hold you accountable. You can't just do your own thing. But I have heard stories about that, how certain things can be contained because they're all, together, we're not going to let this get out or whatever.
Right, particularly when it's amongst the high leadership men in the Mormon community, things tend to not get out, and that's fun. That is definitely something that, if you read into it, the higher up leadership of the church, they support and their law firm supports. But once,
Right. Yeah. Now it's too far. It's out there. Everybody's got their nose in it, and
exactly. We have nothing to do with this. This is not what we preach. This is not us. This is something else.
Right.
We support prosecution in full. The full terms of the law.
The other case that I couldn't think of. Of course, the Stamping Up people. The daughter.
What is that? No, I don't know that one.
Oh my gosh! The people that. Oh gosh, it's the Mormons, right? They're involved in just, I don't know why, because even in what was it, Big Love, they showed the MLMs.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of them.
It's because there's so much pressure for women to stay at home. Mm-hmm. Yet we're living in a country and an economy that requires a 2-income household.
Okay, so
that's why.
but there are a lot of them are even started by them. So this one company, Stamping Up, was started by these Mormon sisters.
Oh yes. Oh no, what you're talking about.
And now their the youngest daughter, is now just been arrested for conspiring to kill her husband. And her husband, yes, is Mormon too. He's remarried, but he was murdered brutally right in front of a 2-year-old who was in the car. Yeah,
before anybody came to get her. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Yes, and then people are like outraged because they're saying like the founder of that company, you know, she's keeping these twins away from their half siblings, and like these demonstrators, if you like, are saying like, I'm leaving that company. I can't stand behind this. This is horrible. So I've been like trying to follow how that's playing out, but they moved their daughter from Florida to Washington State. Yeah. And they bought her house with an LLC. And so now people were outraged. It's like, oh, these people think they're above the law and they're going to, get her out of here. But she's being extradited back to Florida. And believe me, like the husband that was, her ex-husband that was murdered, his family is not going to let this be swept under the rug. And they were, I believe, practicing LDS. It's that's the other big one that I said, this is.
I almost forgot about that, because that was pretty recent, isn't it?
Oh yeah, just
so
very
there
recent.
Not much about it. Yeah, and of course I have no idea. I'm just reading what everybody else is reading. But my take on that was that, so I don't know. There are sort of different tiers of practicing Mormons, right? And it seemed to me, based on just what was written in the press, that his family was probably more of a like conventional, faithful Mormon family. Her family seems to have been the type of family who is prominent.
Oh yeah.
In the Mormon community, and that's why they're there, kind of,
Yes.
Which I'm not judging. Like my grandfather was one of those people, right? So but they had a lot of wealth, and which a lot of people in Utah do have a lot of generational wealth as well, because the Mormons were the first ones to get there, so they set up the utilities, they set up all of the infrastructure, and they're still reaping the profits of that, right?
Yes.
So that's why there's so much independent wealth in the Mormon community there in Utah. But that doesn't seem to be the case here, unless they already had generational wealth. But regardless, they're obviously well-to-do. And it seems like I would take just based on what has been written, right? I don't know these people, I don't know anything, but based on what has been written, I would take his family as more of a typically practicing Mormon family, and hers is kind of the more, I don't know, just kind of elite of, that are in the community because they're prominent within it.
Right.
And I would not be, and I'm sure, I think that her parents probably do believe that she is innocent.
And then the other thing is, like, they're saying that people are saying that because, like, a hitman was hired, by...
It was the guy who lived in that former house.
Yes.
Like, who owned somebody...
He was a tenant. He was a former tenant of theirs.
Like, what?
But people are saying, like, I bet you her parents gave her money to pay for that hit. But I'm just telling you what's out there.
No.
And they're saying, like, that people that are leaving the company and all of this stuff, they're saying, I can't anymore. But they're really perturbed that this person that they kind of looked up to and this stamping up as like a real family-oriented person, they didn't know that she was keeping the grandchildren from their other siblings who really miss them, and the stepmother, had raised those kids too, and they were just ripped away. So, yeah.
Right. Well, so here is what I will say about that in terms of the stepchildren. And I would love for anybody in the chat, I know that there are several of us who are, Mormons historically or currently, but what I have found is that Mormons, they're very invested in the afterlife. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes things like this, they're like, okay, well, we don't know what's happening. There's contention here. We're just not going to deal with it now, and it will all be worked out in the afterlife. Right? So they're very big on their belief of eternal families. If you get sealed in the Mormon temple, you'll all be together forever. You know, like, there's a bunch of this stuff. Like my own mother, you know, she's she's often so invested in the afterlife that she doesn't bother to come see her grandkids now, right? Because she's just so worried about doing the church things and doing this thing and doing that thing, and you know what I mean? So, because they believe that families will be together forever, which is a beautiful belief, and I very much hope that it's true. But it can be, I can see how that would happen in a Mormon situation where, like, there's a lot of contention between the two parties, and they may or may not have the emotional maturity. Like, I would have a hard time, you know, being on one side or the other of a murderer, you know, having my child go to see the other children on the other side, you know, on the opposition side.
Right, right.
They may or may not have the emotional maturity to do that. And given that they have that super strong belief in the afterlife where everything will be worked out, they wouldn't perceive that as consequential as some of us might.
Okay, yeah, and their daughter's facing the death penalty too.
Oh, is she? Did they file that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, the
legally
daughter
disagree.
and the estranged husband. Yeah, and I don't know if the daughter was, you know, was still LD. I don't know, because
she seems LDS to me, based on stuff that's been written, based on inferences, based on me growing up in that community. Right, this is not actual information, but based on what I perceive from what has been written and her statements that have been made, she seems LDS by association. You know what I mean? Like, she's, again, there because she has prominence within the community.
right.
It's kind of as if they're like cultural Jews and they're Orthodox Jews. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
she's culturally Mormon, probably, but probably not. I'm definitely
Right, because
not.
I don't think her
references
second
having an
husband
affair.
is. You know, I don't think her second husband is at
Exactly.
all.
It references her having an affair and her
Right.
alcohol, which is, you know, not allowed. You know,
What about tattoos?
Nope.
See-
Actually, though, my aunt. See, I haven't been actively attending for at least 15 years. So it's been a while. And so I was recently talking to my aunt, who is currently, you know, she's been active her whole life and is still. And she said that there is a decrease. It used to be when I was a teenager, when I was a young adult, that tattoos were, like, definitely banned. You know, like, you could not have a tattoo. Now it seems like they're softening up on that policy.
Because their daughter, you'll see if you read the mother's blog and see pictures of the daughter.
She has a
Right.
blog. Oh my gosh! And
The mother, the Stamping Up, the founder of Stamping Up.
Oh, okay.
But the daughter, you could see her arms in those pictures, and there were no tattoos. And then it seems like when she left that other husband and she got with this guy, and then they talk a lot about the tattoo parlor she went to, but she has sleeves.
Oh yeah, that would be
Tattoos.
no, like a little tattoo here and there in the other community might be accepted now, a sleeve would not be.
Yeah,
And people in the chat can certainly contradict that if they're more familiar with the current policy, but I would not, you know, assume that would be accepted, except for in someone who was not previously Mormon, had the tattoos, and then became Mormon.
Right. And are they? Because I remember Travis Alexander, right? You can't have coffee.
That's correct. Yeah, I still to this day, you know, I never had coffee until I was quite old, and so I actually don't drink it, not because I now have a moral preference not to, but because I cannot drink it unless it's more of a milkshake with a couple drops of coffee in it. And it's very unhealthy.
But are they allowed to have Coca-Cola?
Now they are. When I was growing up, it used to be any drinks with caffeine were prohibited. So, like, when we went to McDonald's, my choices were Sprite, root beer, and like Hi-C or whatever. Like the
Right.
choices. Now they even have caffeinated drinks on BYU campus, which is a really big deal. So that is something that's kind of tampering down. It's still a thing within the older generations, but the younger kids are allowed.
Yeah. Okay. Huh. just because like it's funny when we talk about the ultra Orthodox Jewish people, like the Hasidics that are here. There's certain things like I know, like, and being in real estate, when I was in real estate, and I had to take some Hasidic men out to see this property. See, I knew, and it was like snowing when we went. If I had fallen down, they cannot help me up. They cannot touch my hand.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's kind of scary if it's snowing.
Right.
We don't get snow here, so that's really scary.
And do you know, like, when you have a key, right, and you have to give it to them, you can't give it to them and they'll take it because their hand could accidentally touch your hand. So you will take the keys and you will put them on the table and they will pick the key up and take it. And they can't drive with you in the car when you're driving. Because a female is not going to be driving around males, especially, Hasidic males. So there is a lot of different customs, but, the other day when I was in the store and I couldn't reach these cookies that I wanted on the top shelf, and there was, there, like I said, there's different levels of Orthodox, but like the boys were there, and there was this one tall boy, and I said, you could see he has the tzitzits, the prayer strings that come down, and the yarmulkes, and so I said, would you mind getting those cookies for me up on the shelf? And he's like, no problem. And I knew, and like I was very careful. I thought he was just going to put it down, but it was a longer box, so he handed it to me, and I knew just to take the end.
Just take it very
not to touch their hands. But there are certain things like that maybe other people wouldn't know, or they'd be like, "What?" I don't understand that. So but they have a lot of different rituals and customs, and even amongst themselves, like the husbands cannot touch the wife if the wife is menstruating. Because she's dirty, she's unclean. He cannot touch her. And I don't mean have sex with her. I mean he cannot touch her.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
I was going to say, that's kind of a blessing, but no.
Yes, he cannot touch her. And before that they can have relations again, she has to go to a mikvah, which is this ritual bath cleansing. And, there's...
And it takes place at, like, the
bathhouses, they're actual bathhouses up here, and if you see on the Friday night, and when these women are going to the mikvah, they will stand out, in line and go into the mikvahs. But there's a lot of rituals that a lot of people don't know. Yeah, there's.
Are they allowed to take birth control?
No, they have one child after another, and it's so funny because you see with my friends who were Jewish, where I grew up, it was like the exact opposite. They would have 2 children maximum. If they had a boy and a girl, that was it. But if they had 2 boys or 2 girls, maybe they would go for the 3rd child. But that was it. And they're not very family oriented. My best friend, who's Jewish, she says, and she married an Italian, and she's like, my mother said, you know that, Carolyn, because she goes, you didn't marry a Jew, Laura, you married the next best thing. You married an Italian. Okay, so this is what she told her, and it's funny because she said once she hit 5 years old, they all went to sleepaway camp, all of them, because their parents made no bones about it. Her mother would be like, I can't wait till you kids get out of here. Okay, because I've had it. Yeah, her mother made no. She was a funny woman. But my friend Lori said her birthday was in July, and she said I never spent a birthday with my parents after the age of 5 because they packed my trunk. When she graduated high school, yes. But as a little kid, her mother had that trunk packed, and she would go to sleepaway camp the entire summer. Yeah, and it was always sleepaway camp, or then they went on teen tours, and they used to backpack throughout Europe, but they didn't spend summers with their parents. So then you have the Hasidic sect where they're really family oriented, and it's weird because there will be a sense of discrimination between the unorthodox Jewish people, and they will say oh my gosh, some of the worst discrimination came from my friends that were Jewish with what the heck, how many children do they have? What do they have, 15, 17? There would be all kinds of between the two,
Isn't
you
that
know?
many still, like, modernly? Like, they have that, like
Oh,
the Amish,
yes,
or
and they
like,
have
I mean,
all of
even
their
the Catholics don't do
children.
that now.
Yes,
Even the
yes.
Mormons don't do that now.
Oh, they do it now, and they have all of their children dressed in like a lot of times the matching clothing, and they have a lot of money. Okay, so because their husbands work in the diamond districts in New York City, so what happens is
Oh.
when they used to come up just for the summer, okay, you have to imagine some of them have 10, 12, 14 kids. And I used to be giving birth with like, oh, she's on her 11th kid. And they're very, very nice people. Like the women, they always thought, they always thought I was Jewish. And that if I ever wore skirts and stuff, and my daughter had this curly hair, and so did my son. But they used to tell me like how to take care of my daughter's hair. And they'd say, oh, get this shampoo, get that. You know, it's like, very nice. I mean, even though, you know, they have a lot of different customs, but I've never had a problem. I mean, they've been so nice. But they dress, you know, like they will come up, and now some of them live here year round, but they used to come up and come for the summer, and they used to live in like what they would call bungalow colonies. Okay, so they've made them really nice now, but everybody gets like a little house, and they all take care of each other's kids. Like there's a lot of family stuff, so
Right,
you know,
which is amazing.
they're all around people with multiple kids, and so they'll buy every Fisher Price toy, every single thing, and then when it comes time to go back to New York City, it's gone. And the next year they buy everything again. And I'm talking about swings, high chairs, everything.
That's a lot, yeah.
And they have a lot of money. They bring a lot of money into the area. And what's happened now is a lot of them have decided to stay year round, and they make, they've even come in, like they used to stay like in kind of like the bigger cities, which are not big up here. But now they've come even into the small towns, and they have these houses for women after they give birth. For 40 days, the women go to one of these houses where all of the women that gave birth are there, and there's people that help with the baby, and their husbands and their children, their other children come and visit, but they don't have any of the responsibility of that. You know,
that's good.
they get this 40-day reprieve, and
That's a lot, too.
yes,
That's a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because they have so many children, you know. Can you imagine
Right.
here you're going home with your
It's gotta be
15th
hard on your
child, you
money
know.
every time.
So yeah, but they have a lot of, you know, sister-in-laws, aunts, mothers and stuff that take care of the other
Sure.
kids. And you know, the other thing that you'll notice is that the Hasidic men, because they've been Hasidic boys in these families used to all of these kids, they have a lot of patience, and they don't, they're not usually like you'll see the fringe ones that are aggravated or something, but most of them are so just, oh yeah, 15 kids, okay, in Walmart, and just like it doesn't bother them because they're so used to that. They grew up like that, and you know, that's the way it is.
I worked with a physician once. I happened to be a registered nurse, but I worked with a physician once who was Jewish. I don't know how Orthodox he was. He wore the yarmulke, and he had all the Jewish pockets on. That's what I knew.
Right.
But he was probably the most patient of all the physicians I've ever worked with. And so that would make sense.
Right. Yeah. They have a lot. Yeah. It's you know, it's like they never get concerned about anything, and then they'll go out, like I said, really late at night, like when Walmart used to be open 24 hours. Like
I know. Why is it not anymore since the pandemic?
Yeah, I know. I don't understand that. But
and like he's like, they're closed. I'm like, what? They're closed? This is Walmart.
yeah, I don't understand. I guess they figured they made just as much, and it really wasn't worth it anymore. And so that's the bad thing. Like they just, all that 24-hour stuff, most of that is done, you know?
Right, which is crazy. I mean, and like, that's what I was saying to my husband. I'm like, why do we live in Vegas if things are not going to be open 24 hours? Isn't this supposed to be a city that never sleeps? Same thing as New York, right?
Yep.
But I was in New York recently, and they're not open 24 hours either anymore.
Yeah. So I know my son is funny because he owns a restaurant down in town, an Italian restaurant, and one day he said, Mom, I saw this woman, and she was like crying on the sidewalk with her husband, and they ended up, they were, and they had a little baby, and he said something happened to their car, and they were Hasidic, and he said I'll drive you home if you don't mind. He said, Mom, they were so friendly. He's like, she was telling me everything about like all of their customs. And then he's like, they invited me in when I got down there.
Oh.
And they said, thank you so much. And yeah, it was like really, so I mean, there is, but I think, like I said, if you're talking about people from like the Midwest that had never seen this, they're probably going to be like, what the heck is this? Not that
and, like,
they would even be prejudiced, but they're not used to it. And
No,
somebody
exactly.
said that to me. A Jewish person said that to me that was very close to me, said, Carolyn, we live here, and so we don't really see the anti-Semitism as it is in the rest of other areas because it's so assimilated, everybody's so assimilated here. This is the way it is. But
and it's not taught. It's not taught. Like, the thing that sticks out of my mind is the most when a politician said, it's only about the Benjamin. Like, I would never. Like, that went completely over my head. I was like, yeah, it is only about the Benjamins, right? Like, I was like, they're all after money. Like, that made sense to me. And I never, had there not been a scandal, I just wouldn't have known. I just would not have known. And it's not that the majority of us are trying to be anti-Semitic. It's not that anybody's, in other situations where people are trying to be racist. If you don't have experience with it, you just don't know.
Right.
And it's okay to not know, and it's okay to learn better and do better.
Right. Yeah. It's just, it is what you know. And I mean,
but that's why we all we have the freaking internet, right? I'm talking to you,
Yeah.
And we all have different experiences, and we can learn from each other, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, definitely. And it was good. I'm glad you called in and get your perspective on that, and we'll see what happens in this case. It'll be interesting to keep following up on this. I saw, like I said, I saw something probably right after it happened, and then I got caught on another case, and then Linda mentioned something, and I said, oh my gosh, the 8 passengers lady. I said, I have to look it up. And
wait, so what other case did you get caught on?
Oh, I was doing a true crime rewind of Chris Coleman. So I just got back in that case.
Oh, is that the one? Is he the one who?
He's a family annihilator from 2009, and he worked for Joyce Meyer Ministries. And yeah. So
yeah, those ones are hard for me. One of the small cases are hard for me, but
yeah.
But so I kind of avoided.
But I got into that just got back into that for a day because I had covered that in the past, and then when Linda said it, I was like, oh my gosh, that's what I meant to go do. That's the 8 passengers lady, because I did do a little video. I think.
Did you follow her? Yeah, I never heard of her, which is crazy because I have Mormon connections or whatever, so you'd think I'd have heard of her. I never have.
Right, yeah.
Until yesterday.
But there are a lot of Mormon just because I started out as a mommy blogger, and I remember one lady that I learned this. She did this furniture painting. She was Mormon.
Express it. And then
yes. And she taught me my favorite color that I did this sewing table in. But I remember, what she used to do? She used to take her kids, and she used to put them in her blog post and be like, oh, this is so-and-so. She's single. She's 23. So if you know of any good...
she would that are about to come back.
And she would do that to the girls and boys in her family. I thought it was so funny. But I mean, there are, like I said, there's a lot of Mormon bloggers, the social media influencers. Some of them did a lot of the modest clothing and
modest clothing, craft.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff because like I said, they're very pressured to be stay-at-home moms. Yet we live in a world that really requires. I mean, my husband's a pharmacist. I'm a nurse. I'm not working right now. That's kind of a big. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, you would be considered to be a decent income, right?
Yeah.
But in the current environment, you really kind of need a 2-income household, and they're under 2 different equal pressures, provide for your family and also be a stay-at-home mom and be the Pinterest mom and be the whatever mom,
Yeah.
And so by doing those crafty things, by doing those
blogs,
other things, they can do both.
Yeah. Right. So that's that's good. But like I said, it's like you realize through social media, we are, with so many other people. But I've learned great things. That woman taught me a technique and like a color combination with the glaze that I absolutely love.
They're good at it. My mom didn't have that talent, so I didn't learn it either. But
yeah,
their home decoration is on point.
Yeah, and actually, in my pregnancy groups from my 2 youngest kids, and I didn't even know like she was Mormon, right? I just knew like she had spoken to me about like postpartum depression, and I remember she told me this story I'll never forget. She said she had it so bad with her first kid that she used to walk him in a stroller every morning, and she said, Carolyn, when I would go past this certain bridge and there was a river or a lake, she goes, I used to picture myself, she goes, wondering how long it would take for the stroller with the baby in it to sink to the bottom of that lake. She goes, that's how she did it. I never did it, but I'm not going to lie to you that it did not go through my head because I had postpartum depression. She said, and it would go through my head for a certain amount of time. And so she would help other people because she went on to have like 8 children, okay? And he was her first. So when anybody would have a baby, if they say it, she would always come out and tell the story. Normal. And so I remember her from that. And I didn't find out until like way later that she was Mormon or Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but she, then I heard about the mission trips of her older kids, and now a lot of her kids are like, this one got married in the temple. Like we're still Facebook friends, and from like the core of us in those pregnancy groups, we stayed together. So like there were a few that were Latter-day Saints, and so it's funny. So now she's like posting all about the kids getting married in the temple, or this one's on a mission trip, and now she's got a bunch of grandkids and all of this stuff. So yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. But yeah, and that's the thing. And there's the new postpartum depression pill. You know about that, right?
No.
It's brand new. Okay, so there's the FDA just approved a new pill for specifically for postpartum depression.
I might have heard something about it recently. Yeah. So how does it work? It's good.
Well, I don't know. I would be happy to review the literature and get back to you. I haven't actually had time to do that, but it has been approved by the FDA. It's the very first one ever that it is approved for postpartum. However, the problem with it is that it's not approved. It has not been tested, so it's not approved yet, which means not that it's prohibited, but that it has not yet been tested with lactation. The overwhelming probability is that it transfers a very minimal amount of the drug via lactation, just like most other drugs, right? It has not been tested. And so some OB-GYNs will recommend not to take it while lactating, which is a really difficult problem for many women, right? Because they feel this depression and they're also having postpartum depression, right?
Yeah.
So that's also a problem with it, but it's revolutionary, and there was one other drug. There was an IV infusion that required at least 36 hours of hospitalization for postpartum depression, and that's real hard to do when you have a newborn and probably other kids. Right?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that's a really exciting development. But I don't know. It's very, very new. I don't think
it's... Is it what kind of... is it like... it's an antidepressant?
That's a great question. Let's see. Let me see if I can... Oh, yeah, you're just out in the corner of my screen now. Let me take a look. Okay. Postpartum medication. Because I've just read what's in the New York Times or whatever, but I don't currently work with that population, so I didn't. Let's see. So it's called Zuranolone. It's the first oral medication indicated to treat postpartum depression in adults. Let's see. So there were 2 randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled, controlled multi-center studies, women with PPD that met the statistical, the criteria. Let's see.
Oh, sorry to hear that. No, Bing, someone said they lost their cousin yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that, Bing.
Oh, that's terrible. From did they say from what?
It might be, is that your cousin that had, did he have cancer, Evie? Yes, and Risa, that would be nice if they found something that would help. So a lot of women suffer from that.
Yeah.
And a lot of them suffer in silence because a lot of them can have these really intrusive thoughts and they don't want to say that because it sounds like really bad.
It sounds terrible because you did want your baby. Like, you remember those feelings of, like, anticipation for your baby and everything. Like, especially, like, I personally have been a survivor of recurrent pregnancy loss. So I've had 7 pregnancies and I have 3 living children. And so the guilt associated with not being overjoyed when you have a little baby, right? When you're finding that it's actually really hard, you know?
Yes, but a lot of women like Brooke Shields. Did you ever read her book?
No, I did not.
She had like a hard time getting pregnant and got pregnant, and then like she spoke out about postpartum depression because everybody was looking at her like, wait a minute, you wanted this baby so bad, and now you can't even bond with your baby. Like she was just saying, like she thought something was so wrong with her because she should be overjoyed to have this baby. And now it seemed like she had all this stuff, like she couldn't bond with the, like she was very honest in the whole process to really let women see. But a lot of women don't want to say that because they feel like something's wrong with them. I mean, and it's the postpartum depression, but they feel they don't understand that. They think like something's wrong with me. Like, why aren't I bonding with my baby? Why don't I, what's going on?
Well, and particularly when many companies don't offer paternal leave, you're kind of, maybe they get a week off if you're lucky, or if you work in tech, maybe they get 6, or whatever. But, a lot of times I know that my first baby with my current husband, he didn't get any time off. He only got the time off he had for PCO. And so he took that. The second time around, he had 6 weeks. They had implemented a new policy, which was helpful. But, but that second time I was like 6 months old and a baby, so it was still really hard. It's really, really hard. Nobody talks about it. It's terrible.
And if you have a baby that has colic or you have a baby, it's terrible.
So, do you know what I read? Is that according to the Geneva Convention, like the thing that defines war crimes, right?
Right.
Waking up a prisoner every 3 hours and making them stay up for 15 minutes or so to change cells or do this or do that is legally defined as torture. Does that sound familiar at all?
Yeah.
So it's funny that the Department of Defense can define that as torture, and we as women are kind of expected. I mean, I do recall waking up every 3 hours for 15 minutes or so to do something.
Right, yeah.
Expected to be alert for those times, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's like the exact same thing. And that will do a number. I mean, that's why it's defined as torture, right? That's real mean. And so when you got a partner that's gonna, and sometimes you can't if you're exclusively breastfeeding. I combo breast and bottle fed, but
and then people have guilt over that if they can't produce enough milk, and someone say, "What's wrong with you? You can't do that." And
I hate that because here's what I learned. So I had my first baby. He's 14 now, right? He's real old. He was a 29 weeker. I pumped breast milk. He would not breastfeed. I pumped breast milk for him for 2 years. 2 years because I was trying to make up for the fact that he'd been premature, right? So I was like, he's gonna get breast milk right second. So I did whatever I could. I pumped. He would never latch. He would never whatever. So it was double feeding all the time. I'd pump every 4 hours and feed him. Pump every 4 hours and feed him.
Right.
For 2 years. And then he was about 10 by the time I had any other kids. And so I got remarried. And I had 2 kids in quick succession. And they both, like, guess what? Newborns are not good at breastfeeding. They're
Right,
not.
yeah. I know,
They're
and
small.
people, yeah, or
Stop
you're,
yet, and people
it's, yeah, I know. I mean, and then
And
if you
we-
have one with colic, that everything you're eating, your kid is in terrible pain, and you're trying everything to eat everything right.
you possibly
So,
can.
yeah, and
And
it's like
so you're not
they're
getting
just in
nutrition.
horrendous pain. Yeah, and then you have to make a decision like, well, okay, should I just breastfeed for the 6 weeks? So, or, because this poor kid is in just horrible pain. Like that was my third one, and I never knew anything about colic. My first two like were great. They slept through the night, and he slept through the night, but it was like he was up all day, and he had to only be held like out with you had to have your arm on his belly because he wanted that pressure. It was like he knew that as a very small baby. Like you couldn't hold him this way. You had to hold him out because otherwise there was something, he needed pressure on his belly.
But then you've got all the information in the day about safe sleeping, which is
Right.
legitimate, right? Which is legitimate because you got to sleep too.
Right,
And
right.
it's too much,
Right,
Like,
and then
it's
you've
too
got
much.
other kids, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna, and then you're
Right.
like, where I was, it was like he was born in the middle of the winter, so you're snowed in, you can't get out, you didn't have the internet to get together with any other people, because I think this internet is a blessing for people, like, it makes the winters for me go by so fast.
Yeah.
Because I can
Yeah.
come talk to people
Connect
every
with people.
day.
Yeah.
When you're cut off from that, especially when you're a new mom and you can't get out to see your friends, and you could have a phone call, but then that's like you're juggling the phone. But to have
And even
that,
if it's the dead of summer, like loading like more than one baby in a car seat, like
oh yeah, and then if you have friends that don't have kids and you go out with them, and you're like, oh my gosh, what do you got to bring out? Because that's how I was when I first started. None of my friends had kids at first, and it was like, then I felt like I was making them wait all the time. Like, oh my gosh, But yeah, I mean, you're in the middle of winter. You've got two other kids. I got the baby. I'm like, the baby's not sleeping, and I'm just like, it was horrible because you feel like you're all alone. It's not like you can just go to some forum and type in colic and see these other mothers, right? So I would go to my
and
daughter's
then,
dance
your
class.
partner, like, did
and-
you have a partner at the time?
Yeah, and I met this woman, in the dance class of my daughter's dance class. She said, oh, my baby was colic. And she goes to me, they turn out to be like the best babies. And I'm like, at that time, I couldn't even want to hear it because I'm like, I can't even think
That's
that
not
far
possible,
ahead right
yeah.
now. All I'm thinking,
I
like,
just
this
need to
poor
make it to
kid
tomorrow.
is in pain all the time. And, and they're like, well, 3 months it'll go away. But it's like those 3 months seem
3
like
months.
forever.
Yeah, that's forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's forever when your baby's crying.
Yeah, just a terrible pain. Yep.
It's terrible. And then if you have a partner that will help, that's great. But usually they're working a full-time job.
Yeah, and they're
You
working,
do
they don't
have
get,
one,
yeah.
and you're like, you don't want to have them stay up at night so you can sleep because you're like, you're working all day.
Right.
But then also you're working all day taking care of the baby.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
and
hard.
It's real
Yeah.
hard. It's hard.
Yeah, so the internet's a blessing, I think, in that, and even just having
Oh, it
forums and groups with other people that, we always
That
had
have
like
similar experiences.
yeah, my
because-
last two, like I had groups for the whole pregnancy, like when we were due, and then everybody talked about their symptoms and what was going on, what ultrasound you had, and then, when you had your baby, everybody was on like the same
Like, oh
thing,
yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah, and it's just, I don't know, it's just so much better. That part of it is so much better.
I'm so happy that that's there to like, because I guess from what I understand is that there used to be more family support. There used to be different generations living with each other and et cetera, but in our modern,
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
it's like a nuclear family and we don't really have that, and I don't know what is there, but I don't know any of my parents here, let's see.
Right. And I always had my parents with my first three, and then I was like you. I had a big space. I had three kids, and then a big space, and then two more. And so my parents were deceased by that time, and
Right.
I remember just coming home and just like crying, like missing my mother, and like my mother would always be here, and like I was just crying. And my husband was here, and he took off time, but it's like there's just something, when you have your mother and your father. My father was involved too, and it's like and you're going through this postpartum depression, so then you're just
Right.
crying, and it's like, I don't want to make my husband feel bad that you're helping and stuff. It's just like,
Because
I'm
obviously he needs to still keep working, right?
Yeah. So
it's
it's
for your baby. But you need somebody else. It's very difficult to take your child to a childcare provider at that young age because, I mean,
right.
they don't love your child in the way that a family member would, right?
Right. And it was just like just like the sadness of not, like it just made me miss their deaths were very recent from that time, and it just made me miss them. You're still mourning
even more.
It's just all that
makes everything more complex. Yeah, it really does. But so the new postpartum depression drug is supposed to, for 57% of people, it's supposed to be effective within 2 weeks, which is less than the IV one, but you have to stay in the hospital for 60 hours for that. And it's probably pretty expensive and not covered by insurance. Probably this isn't covered by insurance either. But it's an at-home pill that you take.
Right.
And it seems to have promising results.
I would imagine the IV one is probably for people that have it like really, really bad and have very intrusive thoughts and think that they might hurt their child. Like something, if they say, look, you got to do something, I can't cope. Maybe that's when they get the IV.
And or the people who can afford it.
Yeah.
Because, less severe postpartum depression should not be minimized. It's real tough to take care of kids. It really is. But let's see, the FDA. Okay. So 2 weeks is the average where it helped. It has the label include warnings about possible suicidal thoughts and behavior, sleepiness and confusion. That's pretty standard for most, medications that would mess with your neurochemistry, like antidepressants or anything like that.
Right.
Patients should not operate heavy machinery for at least 12 hours after taking the pill. We're not going anywhere after we have babies. For at least a few weeks. Let's see. Not appropriate for everybody. Blah, blah, blah. 72% in one trial, 57% in another. So it's, it's like antidepressants. It's like, it's like kind of a crapshoot.
Yep.
But, it's the big breakthrough is that it's available for postpartum women, which very, very, very few things are approved for anything antepartum, intrapartum, or postpartum.
Right, yeah. And I think and the internet too brings out more people's experiences, because before you had to wait till somebody like Brooke Shields wrote a book about it or something and was on it.
Exactly.
Because you didn't have everybody, there weren't message boards where people could put different experiences down there. So there's a lot of really good things about social media.
Example, I'm sure you're familiar, when you're pregnant, there are different categories of medications. Category A, super safe, category B, category C.
Right.
I, because of other reasons, I had incompetent cervix, and so my babies were born super early unless I got my cervix stitched up.
Right.
So I was high risk for that reason. And because of that, I got to see a perinatalogist. And they were much more comfortable with me taking any psychiatric meds that I needed. I have ADHD, and so I take stimulants for that. I had depression, and I take an SSRI for that. I had my very first baby. So my very first 2 pregnancies, the first one was a miscarriage, the second one was a 26-weeker who passed in NICU. So I have I took antidepressants.
Right, yeah.
But he was a perinatalogist, and so he was familiar with working with women who took more than a, category B medication.
Yeah.
Right. And so he said to me, your mental health is just as important as anything else. And I am more comfortable with you staying on this medication, your ADHD medication and your antidepressant, than I am taking you off of it even when considering the health of your baby.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that, and I have 2 babies who are healthy, happy. You know, they're 3 and
yeah,
they're
yeah.
4 and
Well,
5.
I had an
But you don't
obstetrician
know
that
that.
kept people on antidepressants because depending on if they were like having either too much anxiety or something that was making them miserable, he would say, I know they kept people on. I think he kept someone on. I don't know if it was Zoloft or there was one that he said, it's been around so long.
Oh, right.
And it's like, he's like, I'd rather have people taking that and not being, because he's like, what do you think anxiety and depression does? It's not treated, and what that does to a pregnancy.
Those are chemicals that get released in your body. Like that's the same thing that can cause the same amount of harm to people. I don't think.
Right.
They're natural chemicals that they don't matter as much, and they really do, for resolve the stress that, all of those other things matter just as much. That's super important, but we're way off topic. I'm so sorry.
No, that's how this channel runs. This channel, that's why it's called Mommy Ramblings, because we ramble, we start at something and we ramble,
Oh,
and
good.
then we come around to the topic again by the end. We always do this, so this is what we do.
No, this is super fun, and I really like you.
Yeah,
I'm so
it was
happy
nice.
that I called in.
I'm glad you called in, and come around and.
Is anybody even still here?
Oh yeah, they're all still here. Everybody's still here, chatting it up in the chat. Yeah, absolutely.
I still think Anna. What was her name?
Andelin.
There was a cafe in St. George called Andelin's Cafe, and they used to have the best orange, like they were like cinnamon rolls, but like they were orange rolls.
Oh yeah.
And that's what her name reminds me of. Is she still there?
I think she's still here. She was here, still here. Let me see. Andelin. Where are you, Andelin? Depending on
maybe she had to
is.
go to bed.
She might. Yeah, I'm going to say, because she was here up until a little bit ago. So yeah, because it's 3:30. You're.
I'm on Pacific time. It's still super early.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
But no, I really enjoyed your calling in and appreciate it. And
me too. What other? Do you just do the true crime?
No, we do.
I don't do YouTube.
Oh, we do everything.
We
do everything here. So we do. Sometimes we do crafts. We do a lot of true crime, but then sometimes we'll trail off and talk about different stuff. And there'll be more people on panel, and then we do it's usually Wednesday and Saturday. I let people come on and sell in order to make money. So they don't pay me anything. They just can come up and we have like a sale. And so there's different people that sell things. And it helps them out. It's a way to give back to the community. So we do that. And then usually after that, we'll do true crime headlines maybe. And then we'll play a word game. Or sometimes we do trivia. I mean, we're always here. But it's a good community. We like it. And
yeah, that's awesome. So I would be happy to chat with you anytime.
Stop in and see us.
Major background is in endocrine, reproductive endocrinology, and infertility. So I've had 5 years experience in that, and then I have a little experience everywhere else in general nursing. I'm not good at crafts. I can't help you with that.
Well, we've got people that are not, and then we had somebody that was not good in crafts, and all of a sudden she started to get really good in crafts. And now she's doing crafts all the time.
Well, that's good, because I actually, this is irrelevant, but I just broke my ankle, so that's why I'm kind of here, is because I have nothing else to do.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Yeah, I got to be off a non-weight bearing for 6 weeks.
No. How'd you do that?
So this is the stupidest story. So I was sitting, so I'm old, right? I'm 36.
Oh, yeah, you're very old.
And I was sitting crisscross applesauce on a counter height chair.
Right.
And my husband was like, come on, let's go, right? So he picks up my hands and so I would normally jump up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this time, since I'm old, my legs don't get all the way underneath me. And one of my ankles just
Uh-oh.
buckles. And then my ankle's broken, and it was the day of the first day of my orientation at a new nursing job, like as a floor nurse, like in the hospital.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, sorry, I'm probably not going to be able to do this role anymore. That's because I can't walk for like 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, wow. That's hard. That's bad to break your ankle. I hope it like heals well and you don't have like pain in it sometimes.
No, it's doing really well. They gave me pain medication,
Okay.
and I'm doing well. It's just waiting for it to heal. You know, I had the surgery. They did, they put some metal in there or whatever. So
Yeah.
I'm being well taken care of. It's just annoying.
Yeah, and then with with running around with your kids and stuff, that's
Yeah. You know what though? I have a 14-year-old. He just moved out to live with his dad. Which I'm very sad about, but it's fine. And then we have a 17-year-old who just started driving, so he's basically never here.
Oh, you have a 7? Oh, yeah, driving. That's scary.
That's my husband's from because I'm old
Okay.
enough. But but then we together so that was mine.
And ours.
So his 17, mine 14, and then ours,
Yeah.
which are 4 and 5.
Oh, okay.
And so, but those guys have been the greatest helpers. Like, I gave them a little can of like soup, and I was like, "Get me another can that looks just like this." And they brought it back to me.
Yeah,
So
that's
it
cool.
was very sweet. But yeah, so no, I'm doing fine. But yeah, so I have a lot of time now. So whatever, if you need nursing input on anything, I go right for your channel. And I don't mean this to be. I realize that like you would probably like to have a larger following, but I like the fact that I can keep up with the chat.
Oh, I've had. It depends on what I'm talking. It depends on what we're speaking about. If I'm speaking about certain things, we've had 3,000 people in.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
and you're like, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
But also like I feel like in those I don't do videos, right? So I feel like that.
It's harder, yeah. I mean, it's nice
You know,
because
like
we've been here a long time in YouTube in years. So, but no, I've been doing lives for like over 5 years. So in that time, depending on certain cases, we've had tons of people in here, or like more intimate, 200, 300, and that's fine. Because it's the quality of the people and our community. Like people say, I can't believe you remember where so and so is, or so and so is not here, and I still do. And even if somebody has been gone for like 3 months and they come back, I know I just do, and it's a very good community, and it's just we're blessed with it, really.
Yeah, like I've really enjoyed it. It's very respectful. And so, like I'd be happy to have any time that there's anything wrong that I can take care of.
I mean, we go away on vacations together, so.
Do you really?
We really do. We really do. In fact, we just moved one of our people across from California to South Carolina, and she loves it there, and she's staying with one of the, like, we all went away for vacation, so it's 2 from the vacation, and they're together, and she's helping her. She just got her new place. And
that's so cool. Wait, so it's a whole thing? Like a whole network?
Yeah, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I guess because I was learning that because I was seeing other things like follow Craig, and I was like,
yeah, we have our own community, and like I never realized how triggered people are, because we are like, our thing was we're the best community on YouTube, and some other communities got like flipped out, like, oh, I want to be the best community, and I'm like, why are you so triggered? Like, cool it, like just but we go away and we go on what we call a celebration down to South Carolina on this beach, and we rent a beachfront house, and we go.
Where? Like in Myrtle Beach or somewhere?
No, on Edisto Island. Have you ever heard of it?
Oh, Edisto. I mean, the Myrtle case.
Yeah, we went right by the house. That we actually did that, and we ate in a restaurant that Maggie Murda has a burger at, and we're
There's still new podcasts coming out about that. I'm like, I cannot believe it. I'm like, can we let this die?
Yeah, well, the cases, they never really, the people get invested in them, and some people, the bad thing about YouTube is like some people get so invested in a case, right, and they treat it like it's a show, And can't you just
Right.
write another season? You know, like, I'm serious. So you do have these conspiracy
Right, 'cause
people
there's
that
that-
write another season, and it's not. It's like
2.0 or whatever.
Yeah,
like
it's not
season
real.
two. That's a literal documentary that's come out, right? Like I don't know what channel. it's
there's
on
been
or
a lot
whatever.
of documentaries, but there is a new one, yes, by
Yeah,
so-
the new one. Like that's ridiculous. Everything's done. Like he already confessed to all the.
Yeah,
financial
it'll never
crap.
stop. People just keep
I was
yeah.
like, this is not new information. But yeah,
It's-
well, that's awesome. That's awesome. So, what channels should I follow that are next to yours? Like,
I don't know. We spend our time here. I it's like
so you're in a network, but you don't really.
we are like we're here like we're
Like, I don't know how it works at all. So
we're not a network like that. We're not a network of other
Okay.
channels. We're a network here, like the Mommy Ramblings. They're called the Ramblers.
Okay. So I can.
Yeah, so but I like to, like I said, I like to give back to the community. We have people on panel, people can sell, we have craft together. We have, and then we have a little rolling thing. If you look at Nightbot, we'll tell you other Ramblers that have channels.
Right.
that you
That's
can
what
check out.
Like, follow this person, that person. I'm like, who are these people?
Yeah,
Okay, very cool, very cool.
but yeah, I'm glad you
But no,
found
it's a
us.
pleasure.
And,
It's-
yeah,
me
Murder
too.
of Crows
It's
says
my
this
first
channel
time
is
watching
unique.
this.
It is a unique channel, but we're very happy with it.
Very good. So if I could ever be a help, like I said, nurse, fertility nurse particularly,
Yeah,
up
absolutely.
to 12 weeks pregnancy, I'm good. And a little bit after because of my own experience, not professional experience.
Did you say you didn't say you're 12 weeks pregnant now?
No.
Oh, no,
I mean,
okay.
I take care of patients that are up to 12 weeks.
Oh,
No way.
okay. I thought you just said. I'm like, wow, with a broken ankle.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Our physician's insurance ends at 14 weeks, so we get everybody out by 12 weeks.
Yeah, well, one of our Ramblers just had. They just posted the picture of the newborn baby. Her son just had a baby, and they were trying, I think, for 5 years for that baby. Beautiful baby,
Oh my
Flo.
gosh.
And
Oh.
another one of ours, Bucky Ann, her daughter is, I don't know when she's due. I know the baby's the size of is it a lemon, Margot, now? But she tried, for quite a few years and is now pregnant with a baby.
She's going for, oh my goodness. And a lot of those, not a lot of those, but some of those will end up as premature infants, Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay, sorry. I did something with my phone. I wasn't sure if you could hear it. But, I did have a 26-weeker who passed away from pulmonary hemorrhage and then a 29-weeker who graduated from NICU. So just in a personal capacity, I have a lot of experience with NICU. So if there's anyone you feel like I'm not looking for like grift or I'm not looking for money or anything like that.
Right.
I'm just here with my broken ankle and kind of bored.
Yeah. No, we have a lot of people that help each other. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have anybody, who could benefit from my particular niche of experience, I'd be happy to help out.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I think.
And the Mormon experience.
And the Mormon experience. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. You learn from everyone. I always like to learn about different customs of people, and that's very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that.
Because it's all very valid. Everyone.
Yeah, we're not that different, and we are different.
No.
So it's like you just have to embrace the different things. But I love learning about different cultures and different religions.
It's all just a way that people cope with the things that don't make sense, and
right.
That's okay. You know what I mean? If it's different, that's fine because none of it makes sense.
Right.
So, well, I appreciate talking to you.
Yeah, we're gonna do the word. What?
Is there anything else you want to talk about before we go, or anything? Or anybody still there? Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, everybody's still here. Yeah, everybody's still here. Does anybody have any questions before she steps down? Anybody have any questions?
Are you staying? Like, you gotta go too. It's way later for you. It's
Well,
like-
what we do to end the night is we play this word game. We play the daily puzzle. See?
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, seriously, we play a word game, and that then we usually end our night. And
Well,
and
whenever
believe it
you're
or not, we
ready,
run a this Zoom runs 24/7 that we're in right now. I'm sorry, yeah, I swear to you.
So, like, anytime I click on that link, there's gonna be somebody there. I mean, obviously, it can't be always you.
Well, we have to renew it every 24 hours, but because that's when the Zoom time's out. But we always have a Zoom running, and people can come in and out even when I'm not live. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so they talk to each other?
Yeah. And I check in and out. Like, I keep my computer on, so if somebody needs me, they can be screaming, "Carolyn!" And then if I'm there, I'll be like, "Yeah."
800 times when I came on the wrong address.
Yeah. They
So-
want to know, how do you pronounce your name?
Oh, it's Lilia.
What is it?
Lilia, like
Lilia?
Lilia.
Okay.
Lilia.
Lilia.
Dakota.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for coming on panel, they said.
Oh, that's nice.
Has anyone seen the cat? Yes, the cat was around today, Pitbull. Yes.
Your
And-
cat? You have a
No,
cat?
this cat that followed me the other day from my walk. But then the dogs got out and chased. They had like a little chase, but she's still around, I think, right around here. So she'll probably
Wait,
be
those are your dogs or stray dogs?
my dogs. I have 2 Scotties and a Westie.
Oh,
Yeah.
so cute. I have a Maltipoo.
I have a Maltese, but she's real old, and she doesn't go out much anymore. She's going to be 13 this month.
Oh, wow. My Maltipoo is 7, and she basically sleeps all the time.
Yeah.
But my husband claims to be allergic to cats. I've never seen evidence of that. I challenged him to go to like a cat cafe or something. He will not do it. So I think that he's just saying it because he doesn't want a cat.
Right.
However, I've replaced that with birds, so I have 4 budgies.
Oh, yeah.
In place of a cat.
Okay, good. They said you have a pretty name, nice name. And let's see, I think everybody, I can't say that much. Who's that adventurous with that? My tongue would trip. Oh, you can't say her name? She said she can't say your name. My tongue would trip over my eye teeth, and I couldn't see what I was saying. Okay.
Just like L-E-E. So Lily, it's not super hard. But yes, people get tripped up by the spelling.
Yeah.
Blame my mother. Yeah. It's Mormon spelling.
My daughter that lost her cat found out her dog, Jax, has cancer. She started him on chemo. Oh, I'm sorry, Senrisa. Hope that he's okay, that they can give him some quality of life there. Where do you, she lives in Las Vegas, Barb.
Oh, where? What?
No, they want to know where you live.
Oh, I live
Barb.
in the Southwest. I live sort of by the M Hotel or South Point. Don't know where that is.
I think so. Barb's in Canada, though. So, do you know where that is,
what?
Barb?
Why are they asking? No, I don't know anything about Canada.
No, she just wanted to know where you lived.
Oh, I live in Las Vegas. Yeah.
Carolyn, did you let her know she needs to provide a DNA sample?
For what? For what?
No, it's just a joke around here. Thank you.
I've been meaning to do my Ancestry.com. We get
What?
free memberships as Mormons. You know that, right?
Oh,
With
no.
our membership number. Yeah.
No.
With our
You get-
membership number, we get free memberships on Ancestry.com.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That Mormons own the Ancestry.com.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
So
that.
I did sign up for a membership. I have not yet submitted my submit, but
I did not know that. Okay.
That is true. Yes.
And White Angel said, thank you for your company this evening, Lalila. It was our pleasure to have you on panel. And Sharon says, I know exactly where that is in Vegas. Sharon,
Really?
She used to go to Vegas a lot.
Maryland and St. Rose, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Senrisa said, I went to Vegas once and rode that thing that goes up real high.
Oh, I've never even done that. I've lived here for 13 years.
Mormon Monday discount. Really?
What's where?
I don't know, Lisa. I don't know if she's trying. Is
Mormon
there?
Monday.
I think I don't know if she's being funny. I think so.
I have a membership number. I can go there.
But do they give you the test kit? Do they give you one of those free?
You know, I don't think so.
Okay.
But you have the membership. I don't think so. But I haven't actually, because I just recently went to the church and got my number. Like, because I didn't know it. That used to not be a thing before the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't have it from like when I was 18. But I recently got it. So I got like the expanded membership from Ancestry.com with my membership number. But I haven't tried to like submit my DNA. So I don't know. I'll let you know.
Okay. So, and then you guys just get to make up your family trees and stuff, and probably.
Yeah, but like you should have a lot of them already done. Like every single generation. Like my parents are obsessed with genealogy.
Okay, Lelia.
Like,
Lelia. She's trying to
Lelia,
pronounce your name. She's trying to put it phonetically in there.
yeah, Leeyah.
Okay.
Hi, Lelia. It's Deborah.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. It was really nice to have you on the panel.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought everybody would have logged out by now because we just went on several tangents.
No, they don't.
No,
log out.
not at all. Everybody's really appreciative and really glad to meet you.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yes.
Yeah, and Lisa Hobbs says we enjoyed having you on the panel. And Pitbull said, I always wanted to go to Vegas for the shows. Pitbull's in the UK.
Which shows? Like the Michael Jackson show or like the Cirque du Soleil?
Which show?
They're all very pedestrian.
We actually have someone on here
before.
that sells. Her daughter is in the children's Cirque du Soleil, and she goes all over the United States.
What?
Mhm.
There's a children's Cirque du Soleil?
Yep.
That I did not know.
Yep.
Does it play here in
It goes all over. She's going to be in Miami, I think, in October, and then where else was she going? They live out in California. They moved out to California because of it, but she goes all over.
Okay, but don't come to Vegas. Like, we have a literal place that says hiring class of 2023 at the, the performance places.
Oh,
It's gross.
Oh.
I was a dancer as a child. I respect that profession. Don't be very careful with Vegas.
Yeah, Sharon used to go to Vegas twice a year faithfully and 3 times to Disney.
Well, Disney's too expensive now.
Disney's always been expensive, but it's very expensive, yeah.
But it's ridiculous. Like, it was always expensive. I mean,
and people have horrible fights there. When you go there, you'll see couples because they're so pissed. They spend so much money, and you could just see, like, if you just want to people watch and you see something, especially at the end of the night when you're going out on the trams, I've seen people like, they got our money now. What does it matter?
Right.
They're screaming at each other.
Yes.
It's like, they don't care.
I agree. And I'm from a relatively privileged, like, if my kids aren't small, like, we're coming from a 2-income, like, household, like, we're relatively privileged, right?
Right.
And the last time we went there, which was many years ago, more than 5, probably about 7 years ago, it was just like, as a head cook was like $325.
It's crazy. It's like you want the 3-day hopper pass? Okay, that's $1,200 a person, please. Like what?
Right.
And
I had anxiety every time we bought a meal for our children.
Bottle of water, $12. Okay.
Bowl, which we could get a box of 10 for $10. Like, we're paying $5 for one Uncrustable. Because of course our little kids wouldn't eat anything else. They needed chicken nuggets and Uncrustables and like pizza.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy. And then you want a character thing. Okay. Yeah. It's like every single thing. It's crazy.
Right. So I have not gone there since I think 2018 or something. I was like, the next time we're going to go in 2021 when the Star Wars Land is open, and then of course there was COVID. And so we haven't been there then.
You want to see Barry Manilow, Pitbull? His last show, I hear this year. Barry Manilow's got to be in his late 80s.
He's still alive?
Yeah. we say that all the time here. We always get, we mention somebody, go, are they still alive? And then somebody goes on Google and tries to see. Yeah, he is still alive because I saw him on Twitter today. So
he's on Twitter?
Yeah, but he's in Vegas. He's been doing Vegas for a long time now.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He used to travel around here. I've seen him a couple of times in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm.
And so how old is he? So Barry
He's got to be in his 80s.
Obviously.
He lies about his age. He's lied about his age. So whatever he says his age is, you can add about 6 years.
Because Barry Manilow, I perceive as like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin. Like, I assume he was dead.
He wasn't that old, but he's like, but Peter Frampton died, didn't he?
I have no idea.
I think he did.
Peter Frampton.
Mm-hmm.
Was he in Vegas? I don't know.
No, he wasn't in Vegas, no.
Oh, okay, then that's what I know.
Yeah. Barker died.
Do you know what's the worst? Is that like people who are popular in like our prime age are now in Vegas playing residencies, like.
Oh, I know. I
don't go to them, but like Kelly Clarkson, like people that I would consider like cool people, right? Which are no longer cool people.
Right. I wasn't sure when they started up again. Mandy, Mandy. You were a teen? Yep. Barry's in Vegas. No, not Frampton. You don't think Peter... I think he is, Senrisa. I'll look up. I think Peter Frampton unfortunately died. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. I'm fairly certain, Senrisa. What happened to Peter Frampton? Wait a minute, is he still alive? Why do I think he died? I'm glad he's not dead.
These people would be so glad to know that we're sitting around saying...
Well, I'm glad he's not dead, but I thought he died. I really, really thought he died.
It's not as if we're wishing for them to die. It's
I'm happy he's alive.
It's just funny, you know.
Okay, he's alive. He is alive. I'm so happy. I don't know why. It must have been somebody else. Who would be like Peter Frampton that... I really thought he died.
I know that name, but I don't really know who he is.
Oh.
Baby, I Love Your Way.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Baby, I love you.
Yeah, that's Peter Frampton. Yeah.
I was born in '86, so I'm a little bit after. I think that was the '70s.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Deborah, who are you? Where are you from?
I'm from California, but I live in Australia.
You live in Australia? Are there very big spiders?
Some places, yeah.
In your home?
Well, no, I don't have any.
No, you're lying. I can hear by the tone of your voice. You're totally lying.
No, I have screens.
Okay, but...
I get wallabies in my yard. They're cute.
Oh, they're cute. Yeah. But they... I mean, raccoons are cute too, but they're dangerous.
No, they're not dangerous. These are wallabies. They're friendly.
Okay. That's so funny. I would love to live in Australia, but I'm way too scared of the really big bugs. If there's a spider
spiders are the size of a dinner plate?
Yes, I've seen them on like Twitter and stuff. Oh my god. Like, I could not. Like, nope. Like, you guys have a way as government.
I bet if you looked at how many people did not survive their vacation in Australia, that would be most people do survive it.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm going to go on vacation. I'm saying I'm going to move there. I can't deal with giant spiders in my home. Like I can't even do like I saw
Well, no,
one small baby
I don't-
spider that was like 1 millimeter, and I was like, I texted my husband. I was like, "Am I gonna burn down the house, or are we gonna move?"
No, look, we don't, well, people don't have them in their houses. We
They
have
don't.
screens.
I see that though on social media. There's, like I've seen them
Well-
climbing up like little closet walls. Oh my god! Like no,
No, not in my house.
or
And I
snakes.
live-
Like
I
it
live
seems
in the
very
tropics.
dangerous.
I live in the tropics, we have a lot of
Which
stuff
means-
here.
Yeah.
Nothing
Which means
lives
like
in-
not the major cities. Is that what that means?
Well, the major cities, you won't have any problem there with anything.
So you live in the tropics, which would be like the rural areas here in the US?
Well, tropics
Not
have
so
a
much.
lot of things, but they don't come in my house.
Who did,
So, like,
Barb?
I know.
Who died?
Right?
So you're like, there are like giant snakes waiting to eat me if I go to my car.
No,
I'm
no.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Barb, who died on the 30th?
Who d-
Oh,
what? Who
Jody
died?
Al Fayed's father died on the 30th? Okay, and Princess Diana died on the 31st, yeah.
Yes, and he's her. Yes, but there's no. I mean, at least there's no evidence that this has been able to be uncovered that has not been able to be hidden by the royal crown,
Let's see here.
right?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
There's no evidence that it was a murder, because that's the New York Times article, right? It shows him holding an article that was.
Oh,
was
that it was a
murder.
murder? No, well, no, she was just chased by the paparazzi and, they were going at a high speed.
Well, it was reckless. It was reckless endangerment. It was reckless manslaughter,
He was-
right? I mean, that's what I'm seeing.
Well, the paparazzi has been blatantly, I mean, they shouldn't have been chasing them like, what I mean? Like, leave them alone.
Well, of course not. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But his son was killed. He was a driver. Like, that's devastating.
Think has a comforting thought. They say at any given time a spider is within 6 feet.
Well, I believe that. I do believe that.
Then
At
what?
any
Wait,
given
then
time,
what?
there's a spider within 6 feet. I believe that.
If at any given time, then what do you do? Wait, what? Is there an end to that sentence?
Most of them will not hurt you at all.
Well, sure.
That-
But, like, I grew up in the desert. Some of them jump 6 feet the size of a horse's back.
Well, you have scorpions, right? Do you have scorpions
We
there?
theoretically do. I've never seen one in my home. When we've had newly constructed homes when I was a child, I have seen them. They're generally the like very pale ones that are more like bee stings rather than deadly.
Mm-hmm.
So like you give some Benadryl, and then if the person doesn't get better, you take them to the ER, right?
Mhm.
That was
Now-
still scared the shit out of me.
Now I'm gonna say to you what you said to me. I can tell you're lying.
No, I'm not. I
There's
100% love you,
everywhere.
but I'm seriously not lying. That's my literal experience. Like when we had a new construction, we had scorpions. I lived in a house that was built in 2006. Never seen a scorpion. I've seen one large spider, which large to me is like 1 by 1, like 1 inch by 1 inch. Because we have a like service that comes all the time.
Oh,
And sprays around our homes. It seems like they're coming like every 5 minutes,
Oh,
but
thank
it's really probably like once a month.
Are there tarantulas? I lived in a place in California where there was tarantulas.
Yes, there were when I lived in St. George, Utah. The next door neighbor, he was a cowboy. He would kill them with a rock.
Ooh. Wow.
That's the only memory I have of tarantula. They didn't come into our house, but they were like,
Yeah.
we had like one empty lot in our cul-de-sac, and they
Yeah.
would crawl around in there. And so if they came too close to us, the next door neighbor would kill them. But yeah, they jump 6 feet.
yeah.
Wow.
Like and like you guys have spiders that are way bigger than that, right? Like, because they're as big as maybe my hand.
Yeah, we have big spiders here, but then the bigger spiders are not. The smaller spiders are probably more venomous. I think We might have some of the deadliest spiders in the world, maybe.
See, that's why I don't go there. But you guys have great healthcare. You have a great government.
Just
But
be
you
much
guys have
good
the worst
dead.
spiders.
If you're dead, it doesn't help you much.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, you're making me laugh.
Oh, good.
Great health
Obviously, you
care.
guys survive, right? Oh, you guys survive.
You don't survive just.
Well, they have saltwater crocodiles too.
Oh my
Oh,
God!
yeah.
Yes. So my child just went to live with his father. Has been estranged for 10 years, which was a whole emotional thing. I'm not going to get into, but he went there and he lives in North Carolina. And I had to double check that it was too far north for gators.
Oh, where in North Carolina? Not near Charlotte. Is it near Charlotte?
Oh my God, yes, it is. It's Mooresboro.
Okay, because our
No,
friend that moved
were there
from
gators in-
our friend that moved from California just moved like around that area.
Yeah, he now lives with his father, who's been estranged for 10 years, in Mooresboro, North Carolina, about I think an hour from Charlotte. I flew him into Charlotte. That's what I
Yeah,
got.
yeah. It's a nice area.
Is it? Yeah, I mean they have a beautiful house that's way less than what we pay for our less nice house in Vegas.
Oh yeah. She's
But yeah, it seems like a very nice area. But gators, no gators, right?
No, you sound like my Sharon in here. Okay, we go to South Carolina, like I told you, every year, and
Well, South Carolina has gators. We know that.
well, no, but not where we go, because we go on the beach, and there are no alligators on the beach. We don't have saltwater alligators. So if you stay in the salt water, there are no alligators, and it's Myrtle Beach that's got the alligators that are eating people in like the gated communities with the golf courses and those like man-made ponds and canals and things. That's where the alligators are. But
Charlotte and suburbs are relatively safe.
but so we're in South Carolina, and you're outside of Charleston at
Oh, you
the
are?
beach. Well, no, not
Oh,
not now. This is where we go on vacation. But
Oh, okay.
Sharon is like, yeah, she can't stand alligators. So like anywhere we go, she's like, oh no, we can't go there. There could be alligators. There could be alligators. So no, we can't. So
Right. Well, you don't have anything against alligators. They just have small children and small pets.
well, look at that little kid that was eaten in Disney.
Right. Oh
You
my
know?
gosh. Oh my gosh. I've stayed at
Horrible.
resort-
Can you even imagine? Oh my gosh.
Polynesian. Yeah. That's
Yeah, and imagine the helplessness. I mean, like it's oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Like I can't, because from someone from like outside of that area, like that's not even something that would occur into your mind.
No,
Like your
no.
child goes into the water, you would not even think that a
Mhm.
gator would come and grab them. Like from here in Las Vegas, except for that I read those things and I doom scroll, right? Like I would not know
Yeah.
that would be even a possibility of happening. So
Yeah. I mean,
I made sure with his sperm donor / father that wherever they live in North Carolina was free of,
Right,
gator
right.
eating. I mean, he's 14, he's bigger than me, so he's fine. He's fine, but he was 3.6 ounces when he was born.
yeah.
6 ounces. I could hold him in one hand, and he was smaller than a Nicole Labor burrito.
So and so he just came back into his life.
Yes. So here's what happened. I mean, not that you guys care, but here's what happened is that he was supposed to provide insurance for my son since we got divorced, which was when my son was 2 weeks out of the NICU, so that would be about 14 years.
Oh.
My son turned 14 in August,
Mhm.
and so for the first time, me and my husband currently we did not have insurance because he had gone to a per diem job, and then I had quit my job, and so like I was about to start a new one, but we were just in insurance. And so I had received an insurance card for my son, and he has ADHD and required meds for school, so I took him using that insurance card to be pediatrician to get his ADHD meds so he could start high school. He's starting 9th grade, and I was
Right.
making a very big impression on him that like 9th grade and forward, count for college, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so
I have a 14-year-old too. Yeah.
Right. So I was like, this really counts. Like, we need to have your medications and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used that insurance because that was important to me. And then he emailed and said, like, apparently they billed it as something as like emotional distress, like not emotional distress. I don't know what they billed it as, but it was something not.
Mm-hmm.
It was something that sounded more conservative than ADHD. So he was like, "Well, what's going on?" And I was like, and he had not talked to me for 10 years. My son was 14. He had not talked to me for 10 years. The last time I heard from him, he was asking to relinquish his rights, and my current husband did not want to do a separate adoption, so that was not possible in this state. Like, he has not been interested in my son at all since 2 weeks after he was born. So
Wow.
I was just like, yeah, he's fine. Like, he just went to get his ADHD meds for school. And then all of a sudden that all turned into him being interested again and wanting to come live with him. And so I, heavily disagreed, but said, all of the people who love him, he deserves to know all the people who love him.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sent him there, and that's what happened. And so,
And how is he getting along with him? Or is he?
he likes it better than here.
Oh.
Because I have two younger kids. His kids are 11, 7, and 8, and my son is 14. So they're
so
all
he had those are all his kids, 11, 7, and 8.
Yes, my ex-husband. Yes, he has a wife with all the same kids that he stayed with. And so my son is the oldest of all of those three, and my ex-husband is apparently delighted to meet him, despite the fact that he deprived him of many things for the last 14 years.
And he didn't pay you child support either?
He did when the government pried it from his cold dead hands.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I got, I get whatever, garnished from his paycheck. He works. He and his wife both work at Costco as restockers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a registered nurse, and my husband is a pharmacist.
Right.
So if he were to file a legal claim, we would, given the fact that their max amount is $28 an hour.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So I made sure, I made him sign a thing that said he was not going after me for child support. It's not upholdable in court. Like, it's just not. But I also have a paralegal degree, so I know. However, yeah. So he's still the same legal whatever is in institute, right? Like, he still owes me the child support that he owes me, which doesn't always come every month. He has many dollars of arrears.
Right.
But he seems to want to know his child, and my child seems to be happy there. So, what can I say?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Boys who are 14 years old probably
they need
really crave to know their dads, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
And he is like the spitting image of his dad. He has everything good about his dad. And nothing bad about his dad. His dad has plenty of bad. But he has everything that's good about his dad. He's a little, so I'm trying to tolerate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's that. And then me and my husband, currently, we have two little kids, 4 and 5 years old. They were 16 months apart. And they're delightful. They're half Asian, half white.
Right.
Filipino, specifically. So, fun time.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the original question, but
I said, did he like? Is he good? Is it going good with his dad? Because you never know. Like, right?
Right. No, he says he likes it there. Of course, he likes it there better. Like, my relationship is not great, and I am not. I don't know. I'm not a strong enough person to.
Well, boys like that age, they do need,
They do need their dads. They do need male influence, and The fact is that we have a yours, mine, and ours. So like
Right.
he's with his son, right? And then my son may have conflicting interests.
Right.
And then that makes it really hard, right? So,
Right.
So that's how it is. And his family's delightful. He's delightful. I would have been married to him still if he didn't,
Right.
have an affair and do whatever he did. Like, they're all delightful. I want him to know his family. Everybody who loves him, he deserves to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for his
I love
mental
him.
health because, like, if you tell him, "Oh, your father's this jerk," because that's his dad.
I mean, he is, but like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, but you know what I mean. I mean,
right, no, I know exactly what you mean. So, like,
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, you get to know him, you get to know, like, his family is delightful. I think that they made some very wrong choices in terms of, like, his parents drove me to the airport and let his girlfriend move into my apartment that I paid for. Like, that's a problem, right? But they're a delightful family. They're a delightful family. They play card games. They play, you know what I mean? They
Yeah.
have fun together. And like my family's not really like that. And so I feel like he deserves a chance to know that.
Now, what was he Mormon?
No, my son was never Mormon.
No,
my
I mean
husband
your
was.
husband, the first
Yeah, my
husband.
ex-husband. Yes, he was raised Mormon, same as I was. By the
Oh,
time
really?
we got together, his parents had left their religion.
Oh,
But they were still very much Christian. They make a happy birthday cake for Jesus every Christmas.
oh, yeah,
But that's not typically what Mormons do.
right.
So they're very Christian. They're not very Mormon anymore, which I really don't care about. My son, he's 14. I feel like I've taught him enough to feel like any religion he comes across, he can see how people who subscribe to it may find comfort from it or may, whatever. But he can take that in moderation and say like, oh, here's what I think was good about that. Here's what I think was good about that. Here I see what's bad about that. So I'm not really worried about that
Right.
at all. I think that he's perfectly capable of sussing that out, right? If he wants to subscribe to a religion, that's fine. I don't have one, like
Right.
just, and
So how old are your kids, Lelia? How old are your children?
I have a 4-year-old, I have a 5-year-old, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
my son who is 13, who is with his father, and then my husband's son, who's my son, who is 17 and about to graduate.
Oh, wow. So you've got a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Yeah, so that's ours. And then we have a mine and his.
No, you've got your hands full.
Sure, yeah, we sure do.
Yeah,
do.
Terrific.
But the 4 and 5-year-old, they're beautiful and smart and everything. The pandemic has played a part. They're a little bit feral, but they are fantastic.
I bet. It sounds fun.
I don't know about fun, but
Oh, what do you mean? 4 and 5-year-olds are fun.
they're delightful.
17 gets a bit scary, I think. 17 has a scary.
17 is just
4 and 5
money.
is real fun.
Like it's $300 a month to insure him in a car. Like, oh my gosh, like and like, are you gonna get good grades? Are you gonna? No, it's rough. Teenagers are the worst, but I was one myself, so and my dad let me drive a Jeep, which is notoriously expensive to insure, so I don't have any room to speak.
Right.
But no, our kids are great, but mixed families are rough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's better that, like I said, I think, for his whole mental health and everything, knowing his dad, and it's good for him.
Exactly. And he is, I tell you, he has everything good about his dad and nothing bad. You know what I mean? Like, when I look at him, like, I see everything that I loved about his dad. And he is so sweet, and he is so kind. He was so great with my little kids.
Yeah, and I mean, the better you get along, even with him, you make your son's life so much easier.
Right.
You know, even like when they get older, and there's events and this and that. Like, there's some people that can't go into the same places, and I think, gosh, that's got to be so hard on the kids. If they have to, I can't have my mother here, my father here, because they'll kill each other. It's like, so it's hard if you can get along and everybody can act as a blended family. That's for the best.
That's the best, yeah. And they've offered that. They've been very kind to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I typically contact his wife, because it's still very hard for me to speak to him.
Yeah.
He also had an affair with my sister when we were engaged. I'm sorry, that's too much information.
No. You want to laugh? Well, I don't know. We have someone that this had a very similar situation where her husband left she took in her sister to help her sister, and the husband had an affair with the sister.
Exactly, but my sister was 16.
Wow.
Be it for 3 months, he was 23. Be it for Utah law, be it for 3 months, he would be a registered sex offender.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so it's rough. My son is a boy, so I don't worry about it as much. Our daughter, who died with this same man, she was a girl, obviously, so I'd be worried about it a lot more. But it's rough, and his wife, and he's changed, and he's had 3 boys. Has been in a steady relationship since. He hasn't been in a non-overlapping relationship ever until her, apparently. So he's cheated on everybody he's ever been with, which, whatever. But my son is there. He loves it there. And that's fine. That's fine. I've tied him all. It'll do just fine.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and when is he going to come to see you? Like, how are you going to split this up?
I don't know. The legal documents, they still say I have primary custody. Right. That he has 2 weeks in summer and every other weekend or every other holiday. He has not tried to change that, and I've said, I've been pretty mean and said that, I'm happy to take control of that. He's fortunately pretty dumb. He's, again, a Costco stalker. He's not gotten a college degree or done anything of note. And I have, a nursing degree plus a paralegal degree. So I feel pretty well prepared to, do what I need to do. But my son doesn't want to come back here.
Oh, really?
No, guys, this is way too much information.
It's okay. You don't have to tell us. It's all right.
The situation I'm in right now is not great, and I understand why he doesn't want to be here.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I don't blame him. I missed him very terribly.
Right.
But I can't blame him. So
is there any chance that you would go
Me?
out there? Like,
of course. Yeah, I can go out there. I can take him. I was just asking him if he wants to go on a trip with me to Dubai to visit my friend who lives there. So I could probably very likely go and, he was like, yeah, I want to go to Dubai. Of course he wouldn't want to go to Dubai.
Right.
So he will probably do that. So I think that I could, I can be with him on different excursions. I mean, he'd be happy with like DC or, he's been in New York before, but
right.
Whatever.
Yeah. Well, at least you can do that. And I mean, if his dad is, like, I know you have a history, but if he's taking good care of him and
Yes, and his wife is wonderful. I hate that.
Yeah.
But they are. That's why I let them go.
Right.
They have a very great life. They have, you know, a really decent life, and you know, it's a little bit different than mine.
Mm-hmm.
But if I didn't think I had to let him go, I wouldn't have let him.
Right,
So.
right.
Anyway, this is way more than you guys bargained for like freaking.
It's okay.
Houston.
We have a lot of people that tell a lot of things. It's okay. It's a very real channel. And they said
Lily, a lot of people-
Lisa said many of us have been through
Yeah.
painful struggles. You know, they're praying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah.
of people are saying they understand completely what you're saying, and they get it. They hear you. So don't feel that that you're amongst strangers on that level, because a lot of people understand what you're talking about.
I appreciate that so much, because a lot of people think, you know, you think I'm just too angry.
Yeah. No,
But this man,
you can be
like,
angry.
I
I
had a
mean,
miscarriage, and then we had a 26-weeker who died, and we had to bury. And then my son was in the NICU for 29 weeks. I mean, he was 29 weeks when he was born. And then he was in the NICU for 6 weeks. And during that 6 weeks, he had an affair. And then 2 weeks
Wow.
after my son got out of the NICU, I found out about the affair, and then he sent me back to my mom. So, like,
Wow.
I've just been living in survival mode since then. That was all within a year, and I was like 22.
Were you
Wow.
in Utah then?
We dated in Utah when I was like 14 to 16.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was older than me, so he went into the Navy. And then I went into an internship at Disney when I was 19.
Oh.
And then he reached out to me via the internet during that time. And then I moved up to Pennsylvania with him, and then we both moved back to St. George, Utah. And so that was kind of where everything happened. So we had known each other, you know, from when I was 14 to when I was 22, when he decided to leave me with a premature baby and go with his person who he moved into my apartment that I paid for. Yeah, it's rough. Like, I'm so sorry.
Believe me, there's a lot of people here that have been through a lot of things. It's okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then I got married to someone who I thought would be able to provide for my son. That has not turned out well.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have 2 more kids, so
So it's not going good with this husband?
no.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
That was bad.
He's not.
My perspective at that time was that if you don't cheat, it's not that bad, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's not the only thing.
Is he abusive?
Yeah.
Oh no. Are you in danger?
Not acutely. Like currently when we were talking about people not having access to 50-cent donuts, like I don't,
Right.
like I'm not working right now because we had an altercation in which she pulled me off a chair, which broke my ankle.
Oh.
And I don't have any access to family funds. I don't have any access to family funds.
Where is he now? He did that and you broke your ankle?
So he had bought something for me because I wasn't working. I was about to start a new job. It was actually the first day of my new job. I had gone to orientation the whole new day. I'm a registered nurse. I had jobs. When I had applied for other jobs, he said, no, wait, like, I don't want you to work yet. You know, like this was
mutual decision where I was working. Okay. And he had bought something for me because obviously I don't have no money. I'm not working.
Right.
And then he was upset with me because of something I said, and so he tried to grab it from me, and I held on to it, and it pushed me off a counter height chair. And then I broke my ankle, and now I'm incapacitated. Like, I had just that very specific day, I had landed a job. Like, I was on the first day of orientation with a job at the hospital, paying $45 an hour, plus $2 night shift differential, right? Like a
Right.
good job, with insurance, with everything. And I really can't work as a floor nurse with my ankle broken. There's no really accommodations you can do for that. Because it's expected that I'd be able to take care of patients, right? So,
Right.
So I had to resign from that job. And so that's the situation, is I'm just waiting for my ankle to heal, which is why I have all this time to talk to you guys, which is wasting your time, and I'm so sorry.
You're not wasting our time.
No, I want to read you something that somebody wrote in here. Her name is Liza, and she said, can you try to make sure this young lady knows that she is very welcome and that she should keep in touch with the channel or Carolyn at the very least. So you're getting a lot of love in here, Lilia. Don't, you really are. So
It's so embarrassing, though. Like, I'm better than this.
No, it happens to a lot of people. What did he how did he react when he found out he broke your ankle?
He was very, I mean, of course, it's a cycle of violence. Like, if you guys haven't seen the Power Control Wheel, like, that's how it goes. He was very apologetic. He's still very apologetic.
Right.
He's really sorry. He's being very kind. But next time I say something that displeases him, he won't be very kind.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and that's how I get looked back in and thrown back out, and every single time I've tried to leave, he's made the case for our children and for whatever,
Right.
Um,
And what about like your parents? If you called them up and told them, like, would they help you out?
Right. I told, I tried to move in with my mom in December 2021. I did. I went there. What happened was I moved there. I was working remotely at the time. And I had a job paid trip, right? So we're working remotely, and so they paid for you to go to New York City to all like meet together, right? And so I had a work trip. This was in 2021. So I went there. This was the first time I'd been out since March of 2020. And of course I got COVID.
Oh.
My mother is high risk. She has diabetes. She has cardiovascular disease. I'm a nurse. And I refused to go back to her house because she refused to get vaccinated because she thinks it's some kind of government conspiracy or whatever. And so I refused, I was like, I'm not going to kill you, Mom.
Right.
So I went back to my husband's house. I had moved to her house previously, but when I came back, things had changed. And so I came back to my husband's house and, what am I going to do?
Right.
What am I going to do? So I was not going to kill my mom, potentially.
Right.
She's very high risk. She's very, not very poor health, but like pretty poor health because she doesn't take the medication she's supposed to take. And so I, stayed here. And then I went back one more time and we had a stupid fight about Dr. Fauci. I was like, Mom, do you realize that Dr. Fauci has edited like all of the textbooks that any of your doctors have ever learned from? And she just lost it. So, I mean, what choice did I have?
Do you like, what about, do you have any sisters or brothers that would, or,
I do. My one sister had an affair with my ex-husband.
oh, that right one, yeah.
So
Oh,
she's not an
gosh.
option.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah.
My other sister just divorced her husband because I don't know why, but she's living in her own studio apartment, and she left all her kids with her husband. So,
Oh, really?
you
Okay.
know, there's that. And then my brother, he seems really happy. He's in a good job for which he's learned a skill. He repairs boats or something. And he's very young. He's 8 years younger than me, and I just would not feel comfortable, intruding on his life.
Would your mother help you out and get, like, this husband allow, like, if you got, I mean, like, how would he be?
So sweet. Like, your kids are so sweet, trying to think of solutions. Like, this is not what this was meant for.
No,
so
but like, if you told him, like, you were leaving, would
My
he be the kind
brother?
that would, like, no, your husband that you're with now? Would he
My
be like,
husband?
yeah, you're not leaving, and is he one of those?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what
Like,
you
would
mean.
okay, say you said, look, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to take the kids. I'm getting a divorce. How would he react to that?
I mean, I've said that a lot of times, so he tends to ignore it. I've called the domestic violence shelter. You know, he knows that. I've been on the phone with him while he was in the room. Like, he's aware he's a pharmacist.
Right.
I'm a nurse, so when we renew our licenses, it's a big deal if we have any criminal activity, right? So me reporting domestic violence of any kind, particularly him breaking my ankle by pulling me off a chair, right, would be
Right.
devastating. It would be devastating, you know, in terms of his profession as well, mine, right? I'm a registered nurse. Any kind of criminal activity would be devastating, and so it's very difficult to report and still have a job. So, I mean, all I can really do is just save enough money to be able to leave. Like, that's really my only option here.
Right. And then you've got to get your job, and now you had your job, and now your ankle, so yeah.
Right, exactly. Like, I was working a job, and then I lost a job because my husband kept disconnecting. I was working from home. He didn't want to get daycare. I was trying to have to watch 2 toddlers while I was working from home. And then, you know, he didn't want to get daycare, and so I was trying to still do that. While he was, you know, getting up, driving to work, right, like a normal person. And I was trying to entertain 2 toddlers when I was working for 8 hours a day. Right, but that's fine, right? That's so much easier. And now, you know, then I couldn't do that anymore. It kind of caused a lot of problems. You know, I was working in the fertility industry. People don't like hearing crying babies when they can't have a baby.
Right, yeah.
So I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm trying to apply for every single work from home job that I can, that I'm qualified for, and everything, so I can get a job. It's, according to my physician, going to be at least 3 to 6 months before I'm able to, like, walk regularly and perform a regular floor nurse job again.
yeah, but I just hope that you're safe, you know.
I mean, I'm safe enough. He's a little Asian guy. He's like 5'8" and like eats a lot of chips.
Yeah.
So I'll be fine. But I appreciate you talking with me. I'm so sorry. This is not exactly what you guys asked for me.
No, we believe me, this is, a lot of people have been here. If you read the chat later, you'll see they put messages for you, and you know, I mean, it's a lot of people have dealt with what you're doing too, and you know, it's just
Nobody talks about it.
They talk about it. Yeah.
Do they?
Oh yeah.
Where?
Like talk about it. Like if you ever want to come into a Zoom, you just email me, okay? And you can come into a Zoom anytime, and you won't be online, and you'll hear a lot of people will talk about it. Like there's a lot of people, like the friend that we just moved across the country. There's horrible things that have happened to her.
She told you that?
Yeah, she told us that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. There's a lot of people that have been in very bad situations. So, I want you to know that. Like anytime if you need to talk or something, you could just email me on that email, and I'll give you the number for the Zoom. Even and you can stay here and talk. And even when just stay here right now because I'm going to close this live, and I'll talk to you. We'll talk to you off the air. Okay.
Okay.
Just stay right where you are. All right,
Sure.
everybody. Thank you so much for coming in and watching with us, and appreciate having Lelia. I just messed up your name, I think.
No, you're fine. It was perfect.
Yeah, up on panel, and we're going to follow that other case. And so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers, and talk to you tomorrow, guys. Bye.
Good night, everyone. Thanks.
Just stay on, Lily, and hold on a minute. I'll tell you when we're off.
Okay.
Let me see. Come on, in the stream. It's still staying on. Why is that? I'll just end it through this one. Let me see.